explained, the reason why moral consistency matters is that if you're not consistent, it means you may not actually hold those values. You're just trying to call them moral in order to suit your narrative.
Yeah.
But you may not actually hold those values. And what Bharat, because Bharat asked me this question, and what he did was instantly, well, what about the home you're in right now? Like instantly throwing an argument. So Bharat, you're the problem, man. Think. Don't just throw arguments. That's not the point.
My entire argument was, and my point was, that the level of consistency that we're talking about is often very sort of subjective in that sense as well. You can't just say that, hey, since you're not consistent, you don't hold your moral values. Well, in the initial argument, you stated that, hey, if you think that human exploitation is bad, then that should automatically translate to animals as well. Otherwise, you're not consistent. That was the entire premise of your argument.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, and I'm pro-vegan, by the way. I'm not saying that I'm against this ideology, but what I'm against is just, this particular point that you stated. I'm vegetarian myself. I don't eat animals. I don't, eat.
So you support the
non-vegetarian.
exploitation of animals?
No, I do not support.
Wait a minute. You
exploitation
said
of
you're
animals.
vegetarian. Do you consume any animal products?
Yes, I consume dairy products.
Do you think there's exploitation behind dairy?
Yes, in some cases, but
So you do support it
that-
then? Do you think you need dairy products?
yes, I do.
So
No.
how can you prove that you need it? Would you die if you didn't consume dairy products?
Yes.
Well, I would live a very good life. That would be an
Would
inconvenience
you
to-
be less healthy if you didn't consume dairy products?
Child's milk and cow's milk already have.
Could
a
you
lot of-
substitute them with something else?
Again, that is based on point to point. I don't want to substitute with something else because the cows that are
Okay,
being.
so at the end of the day, you do it because you want to. So you support animal exploitation because you want to.
Yes.
So if you say
Right.
animal exploitation is bad, how is that in line with your moral values? You say you're against animal exploitation, yet you support it because you want to.
Because see, again, animal exploitation, you're taking it to an extent that that goes beyond morality, and then I think pick point any sort of extension of any particular line of argument. As I told you, this home that you're sitting right now, it was probably built on forest land.
No,
There are a lot
no,
of
but I
animals.
don't have any choice for my home, do I? I don't have any choice for my home.
You have-
Okay, but you have a choice, don't you? You have a choice for exploiting or not exploiting animals. You acknowledge that it is exploitation. You acknowledge that you don't need to do it, and you acknowledge that you do it simply because you want to. So how is it justified to want to exploit sentient beings for optional products?
We can assume what they get wrong is the fact that they will see humans as an invasive species that are sort of alien in their own time, but they're not. We are born on this planet and we evolved on this planet as well. If we want
How does that
something-
morally justify you supporting animal exploitation?
Again, I'm not saying I'm supporting killing of animals. I like animals
But you
to
are
live.
supporting it, regardless if you're saying it or not. You are supporting animal exploitation with your action. By you buying dairy products, you are supporting animal exploitation when there is no need for it.
To keep on speaking over me, all of us won't be able to listen. I'm saying the fact that I do not support the killing of animals. I support animals usage in ways where it is benefiting humans. That's it.
I did not understand any of that. Your
Bharat,
microphone
can
was
you
very low
move
volume.
in closer to the mic, please? Just move in closer. And Val, can you mute yourself, please? You're hot micing.
Yeah, sorry. One
Appreciate
moment.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All I'm saying, I do not want to kill animals, but in any ways, animals are being used for the betterment of living and civilization, then I'm all up for it. Without actually killing them, and of course, we have to make sure that these animals are well taken care of. All of these things, as long as all of these are good, I'm okay with it. I don't have.
So you're okay with
as-
exploitation as long as they have a good life? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes, I am all
Okay,
for
would
it.
would you be okay with exploitation of humans as long as they have a good life?
You're trying to use the consistency argument that I already debunked. That I'm saying that hey, you don't have to be consistent.
So
across
is it
all of
okay to be exploit? Can you answer my question? Is it okay to exploit humans as long as they have a good life, as long as you give them a good life?
please listen to me. You stated a consistency argument. So you have this one argument called as consistency. You
Why
take
is it so
my one
difficult to
opinion
answer my question?
I'm answering what you're not willing to listen. Please let me talk.
It's hard to answer your question, Chip, because if he answers it, he knows he will be wrong.
Wow. Oh my God. You're so intelligent, right? You're
Bharat,
so
the
good. You know
question,
that? You probably
Bharat,
I
the question that Chip is
they're not
asking is a yes or
educated.
no. So it's a yes or no
No,
answer.
again, it is, let me try to explain to you what exactly we are trying to prove here. Okay?
Bharat, can
You
you
are
answer the
taking- I
question
said-
though? Can you just
Hey,
answer the
I say,
question?
Okay, I will answer the question.
It's a
Please
yes
listen
or
to
no.
me.
So either yes or
It's
no.
not a simple yes or no. Humans are different.
You can
It is
There you
not-
go.
explain.
It's a
Hold
no.
on.
It
Hold
is
on.
the most intelligent species among
Barat, I
humans.
will let you
And
answer.
we're part of that
Hold on.
species. Benefit
Barat.
of this species,
Barat.
it should be
Barat.
concerned.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
mute
cannot
you.
use the
Okay,
same
I'm gonna
argument.
mute you for 2 seconds. Okay,
Please
2
mute me.
seconds. Okay, we will let you answer, but first you explain after you answer. Answer yes or no, and then explain.
He answered
Don't
already. It's a no.
explain and then answer yes or no. The answer has to come first, and then the explanation comes after. Okay? There you go. Now I will unmute you. Chip, you want to ask the question again?
So is it moral to exploit humans for optional products as long as you give them a good life?
Bro, not everyone can afford or sustain a vegan lifestyle. In many parts of the world, plant-based diets may not provide adequate nutrition.
Hold on. We're talking to Barat right now. Okay, hold on. Barat, can you now answer the question? Dude, seriously, like you're just proving my point more and more. The reason you can't answer this is because you know that you're wrong.
No, he answered it though,
I don't know
Axel.
that-
He answered it. He said no.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, he said no. It's not okay to do this to humans because humans are different though. Chip, please go on.
Yeah, so Bharat, in what ways are human different that morally justifies exploiting animals but not humans for the same reason in the same circumstance?
Okay. I'm going to reinstate my first point that I do not want to kill animals. The only point I'm for is betterment of the human civilization if we are trying to use these animals while giving them a good life. The reason and the morality for that is humans are the most intelligent species in the known universe. You're part of that human species. It is your design, and you're not an alien species on this planet. You're not
Okay,
an
Bharat,
invasive planet.
Bharat, I'm sorry for interrupting you there, but like humans are not the most intelligent species. A species cannot be intelligent. A species can be characterized by having the phenotype of intelligence. And you are right, a lot of the human beings do have the phenotype of intelligence. But even you would agree that there are human beings on this planet who are cognitively impaired, who this phenotype of intelligence is eerily similar to that of an animal. So does that mean that it is morally justified to exploit these human beings who have the same level of cognitive abilities of animals?
Bro,
and you're talking about a minority of
not
humans.
everyone
You're saying
can
that, hey,
afford.
out of, let's say, 100 people, 90 people are intelligent, maybe 10 of them are sort of disabled in some mental way or some other way. So, it's okay for us to exploit them. No, that is drawing a parallel that I'm explicitly against. I'm saying that for the usage of animals in ways that benefits the human civilization, as long as these animals are not being killed, right to life is a right for every living being on the planet, including animals. As long as this is not being taken away and they're being taken good care of, that's fine.
But what is the symmetry breaker between the right of life in a human and in an animal? Where is the symmetry breaker?
And bro, not everyone can afford or sustain a vegan lifestyle.
Can you
in many
please
parts
just
of-
shut up? I asked someone else the question. Bharat, please answer. You said both should be given the right to life, you know? Where is
Sure,
the
there
symmetry
is-
breaker? Hold on, Bharat. I will ask you again. You have a human and you have an animal, right? Both, in your view, deserve the right to life. Where is the symmetry breaker? Where is the important difference that it is almost never permissible to kill a human, but most often it is permissible to kill an animal for their body parts?
I do not want to
Wh-
kill animals. I stated that I'm not
I
for killing
don't hear you. You have a shitty mic. I'm sorry. Say that again.
not support killing animals. I said that I do not want to kill animals.
Okay, hold
You
on. So you do not support, hold on. So you do not support the killing of animals. So you're vegetarian, right? Are you?
Yes, well, he
Yeah, he
said
says
it.
he's vegetarian.
Okay, perfect. So do you think they should have a right not to be exploited like humans for their body parts?
No.
You agree? You disagree?
No, so Val, his position is that it's okay to exploit animals as long as you give them a good life. That's his position. And we've been trying to understand what exactly, because he doesn't share the same position for humans, but he seems to think that, and that's the question that I asked, what morally justifies exploiting one but not the other? What is this morally significant difference between human beings, between a human being and a animal that justifies this difference in treatment? I have not heard what you said, Bharat. Maybe you have answered this question, but your microphone is pretty bad and I have not heard what you said. So can you answer this question? What is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment?
Sure. Can you confirm if I'm audible right now? Hello. Can you confirm if I'm audible?
Say it again.
Can you confirm if I'm audible?
Can you just move in closer to the mic, please? It would solve so many
Hello.
problems. Just closer to wherever the mic is.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, better.
Hello.
Oh, much better. Much better, yeah.
Awesome. So sorry. I actually thought my mic was connected to my laptop, but that's not the case. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the point that I was giving is that the moral consistency derives from the fact that you are a human being, and the human beings are the most intelligent species in the known universe. You're part of that species, and you're not an invasive alien species on this planet. You're born here. You're evolved here. It is your home.
But
And being the most
Bharat,
species on the
how
planet,
can a
it gives
species
you-
be? Bharat, how can
Yeah.
a species be intelligent? A species does not. A species is just a category. A category does not have this trait of intelligence, right? What you're saying is that all the individuals of the species are intelligent, correct?
No, I'm not saying every individual without any exceptions. Of course, there's going to be people who are disabled, who cannot comprehend, certain intelligent things, and there are people who are having diseases.
So
and all of these things.
okay. So then,
But
Bharat,
again,
what
that-
morally justifies, Bharat, what morally justifies you exploiting animals, but not exploiting these individuals who are not as intelligent as every other human being, but they're just as intelligent as an animal?
They're part of your species. They're part
Also,
of
it's
your
strictly
species.
because they're part of your own category, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Would you
And
say
this
that
is
the
not-
racist would apply the same logic? Would you say that the racist would apply the same logic? They would say that it's okay to exploit individuals of the
Right.
same category as
And
me,
part of the
race,
same species.
but it's wrong to exploit the category. It's
Bharat,
wrong
please
to
listen.
exploit individuals of a different category.
Bharat, please
There's a
listen.
parallel between racism and animals versus humans, in which case that is not the right parallel to draw. You're trying to use that consistency argument, and to a very
Bharat,
great
what is a
extent-
species? What is a
Within
species,
particular-
Bharat? What is a species?
Okay, let's say Homo sapiens. That's the species.
What? No. What is a species? You give me an example of a species. What is a
Scientific term
species?
is Homo sapiens for humans.
But I
Any
didn't ask you
human-
what I didn't ask you what species we have. I asked you, please define what a species is.
Okay, so a species, let me give you the scientific definition of a species. I don't know how this is going to prove and help anything in your own argument, but let me
I mean,
give
it's
you a
going to
scientific
prove
definition.
that intelligence has nothing to do with it. That's what it's going to prove.
Species is a group of plant or animals that are all the same and can breed together. That's the dictionary
Okay.
definition in Google.
Okay, there
Yeah.
you go. So do you
Yeah.
think that if we get members of a different species, it's morally justified to exploit them because you cannot breed with them?
Yes.
What?
Oh,
Different
okay.
species.
So any individual who you cannot breed with is
Gotcha.
morally justified to exploit them.
Not individual. I think you misheard the definition itself. Your entire statement was if any other species you cannot breed with, that you can exploit, right? So yes, a different species.
Okay, so
It's a
Bharat, do
group
you
of
think Bharat, so here,
beings.
because you're stuck on this and you don't seem to understand. Bharat,
The
you're-
same
you-
that can be together.
yes, Bharat, you're stuck on this and you need to understand. Do you think we should be judging morality, whether an action is moral to do towards somebody else or not, strictly based on their belonging to a certain group or not?
I'm saying that again.
Can you
I have
please
to
answer my
reinstate it.
question? No, answer my question.
Yes, I'm answering. Could please repeat? Okay, I'll answer in very simple words. Please repeat your question.
Okay. Do you think we should be judging whether an action it is moral or not towards a certain victim based on their belonging to a certain group or not?
No.
In other words,
we shouldn't
it
do
is
that.
in other words, the same action is moral if this individual belongs to a group, or this action is immoral if this individual belongs to a different group. Do you think that's how we should be having morality? Is that the morality you want to have?
Okay, I understand why you're trying to do this, because if I say yes, then you're going to compare it with racism and how humans have discriminated against each other, how whites and browns.
Exactly. And do you know why I do that? Do you know why I do that, Bharat? Do you know why I do that? Because race,
all that human races and all of these things, I can differentiate between a higher class human,
dude.
class human being.
Brad,
One second,
I
please try
like
to
this.
one second.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute
Please.
you again. You have to
thank you.
fucking
You
have a
have-
conversation. If you were unable to have a conversation, you cannot be here.
I'm trying to say something.
It is
if you're
not a
listening to
conversation
me.
when you're constantly just trying to talk over somebody. Please continue, Chip.
Bharat, all
Just
I'm
because-
saying is that the reason.
Oh my.
I want to say one simple thing. Just because Axel,
Let
you and
him
I have
say.
a different opinion, that does not. I think you're forming me in your own head as an image that
It's not about
I'm
different
not
opinions.
having
Hold on, it's not about
opinion as
different
you.
opinions.
And that's why I think you're a little bit against me, and you're
It's
saying that
nothing
you'll
to do
mute me.
with
and everything.
opinions.
Dude, I'm being unbiased right now. If Chip were interrupting you, I would also tell Chip to be quiet. Okay?
We've had this discussion
And
before.
Chip-
I know very avid vegan. You are the mod of this group as well. I know that, and that's why I'm saying that. Hey, if this is something that is happening between us, I
Bharat,
think
you're
you should,
literally not
like,
letting anybody finish their fucking words. You're literally not
Uh,
letting anybody finish.
Axel, ask him the same thing and see if he actually listens to you.
Yeah. Can we
Go ahead.
pursue? Holy fuck, Brett, you're gone, dude. Bye.
Or is it Arnav? It might be Arnav.
No, it was Arnav. It wasn't Bharat. It was Arnav who wasn't.
Arnav, this is like a final warning, dude. If you keep doing
Well,
this,
I'm
because you
looking at
haven't-
Barat as well. Like every time I speak, he goes green on the square. Like
Yeah.
he's right next to me.
Maybe it's because his volume is next to the mic. Maybe he's not actually talking.
Yeah, there is a bit
Yeah,
of
right
a
now,
I'm not.
yeah.
hot
Yeah,
mic in there.
Arnav, because you haven't said anything substantive in this conversation, right? If you do make any more sound, right, you will get banned.
I'm
Just mute your
extremely
mic.
sorry.
Just mute your mic, bro.
Yeah,
Just mute your
don't
mic.
be sorry, that's fine. I don't care about sorriness, just fix the behavior.
Oh,
Okay.
just yeah. Anyway, Axel, can you repeat the last thing you said, please?
Yeah, so let's just pursue conversations. Let's not step over each other's toes. Okay. Just leave.
Did you leave?
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
It's too hard to have a real conversation nowadays, I guess.
There you go.
But I mean, I think that whole point of I was trying to get him to understand that they're both just groups of phenotypes. They're all just taxonomies. Judging based on
Yeah.
a taxonomy is not like if one is bad, surely the other should also be bad, right? Otherwise, what would be the difference between them? But yeah, I guess, that's the whole thing where people, when it comes to species, all of a sudden they become
Mega
speciesist.
racist.
Yeah.
Well,
But towards animals.
well, recently we have discovered that we like Karana very intelligently so taught me that we are in fact monkeys, and we're a part of the old world monkey tree branch. So like not only did we evolve from
Primates.
monkeys, we are in fact monkeys.
Well, not really. We're not monkeys. We're great apes. That's
Yes.
kind of not the same.
Hold up. VPM, I'm telling you, I thought the same thing.
No. Why?
Okay.
I think we're
Before-
primates.
Hold on.
Anyway,
Great
doesn't
ape.
matter, guys.
Yeah,
on,
but the
Yeah,
thing is,
guys,
again, this
Rayo.
Axel, this,
Rayo.
this is
Before we
this is like the
all
clay.
Yeah, Axel, don't
Axel.
like filibuster as well, right? It's like hold
Nah,
up. We're trying to have a conversation. Like uphold
Also-
yourself to the same values, please.
Hold on. I'm gonna provide the art. I'm providing the study before
Yeah,
you
Axel.
guys all jump me, okay?
Yeah, it's about the
So-
clade. It's about the clade. Yeah, clades.
This is a
So it
complete
depends.
derail from activism.
Yeah. I think we shouldn't get stuck on this. I think we should just move on. Zachariah,
Please,
Are you there?
move.
Zachariah, Raum, whatever. Caresis, Calmy.
I have some related question. May I ask?
Yeah, but I think we had like a conversation before, right? Have you been now convinced to veganism, or you seem to have like very utilitarian reasoning, I believe, right? Wasn't that you?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, sure. But why are you standing right now?
Well, I think I kinda agree with veganism in a lot of cases, but I think there is like a difference or like something needed to be like specified about the execution of veganism.
So it's
So-
more like, okay, let's be clear. So is it more, because we have to really disentangle between two things. Do you have like a principled stance against veganism? Like, so in other words, something against that is problematic in terms of the ethics, or do you just have like pragmatic issues in terms of how we execute certain things?
I think like if veganism doesn't like veganism is like minimize the animal exploitation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like if it is not necessary, we should always minimize exploitation. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Exploitation is the key word. Yes. Yeah.
So like
So
my question is like using pesticide doesn't mean like exploitation. Like is it okay because like we are not exploiting them?
yeah, so if you use pesticides as a deterrent or to repel certain animals, then I would obviously not treat that as a form of exploitation, because at least the way I use exploitation is you're not using the animals as an object or like as a means or as a tool to get your goal. I mean, if the animals are there or not there, it doesn't matter. You can still get your goal, that is the food, the plants. Whether the animals are there or not is irrelevant. It just happens to be the case that the animals maybe sniffed or have eaten the plants and then they get sick or whatever is the case, but the animals are not necessary, right? They're not part of the process. It's just an accident that happened, or they happened to touch our food.
Okay, but
right? So we don't exploitation involves the deliberate use of someone, be it animals or human animals.
yeah, okay, well, like, yeah, I think I agree on that argument in terms of veganism, but like, do you think like killing like innocent insects a lot is like morally good thing? Like,
No. But again, is it the thing is again there are two issues, right? The first thing is this a problem for veganism? Does this align with the values or with the definition of veganism? If we kill animals or if we kill insects, that's the first question. Is it actually in alignment with the definition or does it go beyond it? That's the first question. And the second thing is also, do we have better alternatives or do all other alternatives right now fail? Right? Because the first thing is about the principles of veganism, right? So if we, let's say, get our plants and we kill insects, and again, I don't think this doesn't happen. I think it happens, absolutely, but we have to ask ourselves, is it a form of exploitation, right?
yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not, I would argue. It's like an unintended consequence, right? And a vegan would obviously try to maybe minimize insect deaths. And
Yeah,
to the second point I just mentioned is that I think all plausible alternatives would also fail to reduce animal deaths or insect deaths for that matter. Because if you have cows or chicken or sheep or whatever, I would also say that a lot more insects have to die as a consequence because they also have to eat plants.
Yeah, okay,
Right?
okay. So I want to argue on the second point first. I'm like thinking about fish specifically because fish doesn't need like wild caught fish doesn't require us to like feed plants, right? So does this solve the second argument?
What do you mean by the fish? But you still have to kill the fish, right?
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
my
Yeah, but again, veganism is about the exploitation. So if you intentionally and deliberately kill the fish, that is wrong.
yeah,
right?
right. So
Yeah.
I think my rationale is that maybe the exploitation of a fish can be justified if we can save like ton of insects.
How would you save more insects?
Well,
again,
like,
I think this is the entire problem, right? Because you're always trying to aggregate like certain pains and pleasures, but veganism is about giving these animals rights. We are against using them as as a form of like object. We are not making any kind of like calculus between the two. At least not in most cases, at least, because in most cases it makes no sense to violate these rights for some form of like calculations. In most ordinary cases, I would argue rights should govern our moral decision making, if that makes sense, because most ordinary cases do not warrant any kind of rights violation, I would say. Right?
Well, I think like you put importance on rights, right? And this is like principle of veganism. And like, yeah, like I think I can't agree with that, I guess. Like, is it okay to disagree with you on this point? Or like, am I making some inconsistency?
Well, I mean, I could make the same case about you, right? If you are a human and you are eating animal products, is it okay for me to kill you because you're causing more harm than pleasure?
Well, okay, I guess. Yeah.
Well, but is that a position you want to accept?
Okay, so
or should we say, well, you still have a right, but I mean, you should have a right to life, right? We should protect you regardless, but you should go vegan then and try to reduce your animal exploitation.
okay, so
Yeah.
like so like right is like important for like explain our intuitions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, rights are entitlements that sentient beings can get because we bestow it to them, we give it to them. And yeah, I mean, obviously they can be overwritten in some cases, I believe, right? Especially if you violate others' rights, you know. But I think, yeah, they are pretty helpful, I believe. Yeah, because they basically mean that we shouldn't treat humans or other animals as some form of calculations. Like, this is like not utilitarian in my view. Now, you can be a vegan maybe as a utilitarian, but I think,
Of course you can.
I don't know. Yeah, you can, but I think the
I
thing
know
is, like,
many
if you are like a,
utilitarian vegans, including some people who do activism in this room. So, you know, you can.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But again, I think utilitarians have a hard time to explain rights. They don't believe in rights usually. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They cash out. They cash out everything in terms of like utility. That's the thing. So
Like
in my view, yeah, in my view, I don't know whether I would call, because I don't think they even believe in human rights. Usually, it's all about utility. So they only care about rights insofar as it can generate more utility than disutility.
And there
And
you
I
go.
disagree with that.
Then they believe
So,
in
yeah.
human rights. So it's just like they rationalize it differently. That's fine. I just don't want us to demonize people who are utilitarians, who are part of our community, who are doing amazing job doing activism. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So if you don't consider, like, if you don't perform any calculation on other beings, then like, I think like there is some moral difference between killing one insect and killing one cow. How
Yeah.
can you explain it logically?
Yeah, again, because I don't think it's just about like, first of all, it's very difficult to put a number anyways, right? How should we quantify a number based on like what exactly? Based on the consciousness they have? I don't know. Because I think it's not just about like the quantity. If anything, it's also about the quality, like about the richness of experience, right? Because even if you stack, let's say, 1 million of ants together, right? If you stack them all together, their quality will still be the same. The quality will not reach the quality of, I think, as a cow. The cow
Okay.
has a much richer experience. The lifespan is different, you know? So I don't think that you can make the, I don't know. I'm not a utilitarian. I don't know, but I wouldn't trade one with the other in my view. I wouldn't, because a cow is a complete, like qualitatively, a cow is different, completely different than an ant. You can compare them, but well, there will be huge differences in terms of quality, right? So, and by the way, like all of these comparisons, like these trade-offs, they are irrelevant because all we're doing is like we are just saying, well, should you trade a plant with with an animal? We're not saying like what is more valuable, like an ant or a cow, literally, right?
Well, I think like if you use a pesticide, you should include ants in calculation, I think.
Yeah, but again, so I mean, I don't know, like where this would be going. So would we then justify using how do you say, like you're saying, okay, well, because it could be the case that more ants are dying, therefore we should kill cows?
Yeah, or like fish.
Yeah,
Maybe, like,
I don't believe in. Yeah, no,
Well,
I
Sorry,
don't
can
think
I
so.
can I make a quick point? Pesticides are not used to kill insects; they're used to deter them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, pesticide. Side means to kill. Yeah, it kind of does mean that, Cheap. I'm sorry, I must disagree. But pesticide is also like includes herbicide and shit like that. But it is to kill them, yeah. Deterrent is a deterrent.
Yeah, but I
mean,
is it a
as
form
far
of
as I know,
exploitation? Is it a form of exploitation though?
No, absolutely not.
Right.
It's 100% not exploitation definitionally.
Yeah.
It's the opposite.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like you're defending yourself from
Yeah,
an outside
exactly.
source that is trying to harm you, is trying to starve you, basically. Not like they're not choosing to, right? But that would be the result if we don't use pesticides. Human population and the entire farmed animal population would be starved.
Yeah. Yeah. And
You're
I
right.
think
There are some that are used as deterrents, but most are used as kills. You're
Yeah.
right.
Side
bad.
means the like suicide, pesticide, herbicide. That means to kill, I think. But I'm gonna
So
search
it's
it.
basically like the least. Yeah. And again, it's also about like the thing is maybe at some point we could bypass this, right? And maybe a vegan mind would always incline to an option that maybe would reduce it. But again, I don't think it's like it doesn't even touch veganism because it's not exploitation. You don't use these insects as an object to get something. They just happen to touch them there, right?
Well,
It's like saying, let me give you like another example, right? So if I build like a big fence, let's say like a wall or a fence, let's use a fence. I think it's more clear. If I use a fence around my house, let's say, because I don't know, for some stupid reason, let's say for defense, and let's say a child or a dog might run into it by accident, right? Have I exploited them?
well, no.
No, exactly. It's an accident. I did not use. I mean, I literally did not touch the child or the dog, and I forced them to be in this situation. It's an accident. It's sad, maybe. I would like it not to happen, but it's not a form of exploitation, right? And maybe I could work. Maybe I should rebuild the fence or some shit like that, so that less people get hurt. In the same way, a vegan could be in favor of maybe improving these conditions so that less ants, let's say, will be killed or less animals.
Yep.
Right? But it's not a form of exploitation. Yeah.
Val, can you explain why exploitation is bad? Because I mean, to Izumi, if as long as the outcome is the same, they see it kind of as the same. But I think it's important to understand why exploitation is bad, especially in this context.
Yeah.
It's not just that we're adhering to a definition, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the issue is I deem exploitation bad in general in a lot of cases, not just because of the consequences. Now you could say the exploitation is bad because it will make them suffer, and that is, I think, almost every time the case, right? But I have like a principled stance against exploitation because it says something also about the agent. That's also an important part under my view. It's not just whether the animal is suffering or not, because that would just make me a consequentialist. But if I breed animals, and I think most vegans would maybe agree, right? If I just breed animals for the purpose of them serving me, that tells also a lot about me. I do it because of selfishness, about greed, about, well, I just use them as a machine that should serve my desires. So it tells me how I view these animals. Right? I don't treat them with dignity, with consideration. I just see them as a machine, basically, right? So I view exploitation bad, not just simply because of the suffering it could involve. For me, it is more about that, because if you only look exploitation in terms of like pain and pleasure, right? Yeah, then it will only get you so far. Right, but it won't. I mean, you could then make still the case. Well, maybe we should bring some animals into the world if they have happy lives, and then I don't know, we can just still get their milk maybe once in a while, right?
Yeah.
But again, but I don't hold this view. I think we shouldn't, because this would just I don't know. It just means that we don't treat them with dignity. We see them as an object. Does it make sense?
That's one part of it. That's one part of it, but there's the reason personally why I think we need to tackle exploitation first is because exploitation does require intent, and the fact that there's people who intend to harm animals, to exploit them, to use them, to treat them like objects, is already bad. If there are these people who intend to do it, and we all agree that it's okay, then it will be monumentally more difficult to tackle the situation when we have these incidental or accidental deaths, right? I don't
Yeah.
think I don't think any farmer wants to kill bugs, wants to kill insects or any of it. They just happen
Yeah.
to be like it's an incidental death, right? It's because of the circumstance. Um,
Yeah.
but we can never tackle those issues when at the same time we bring to life animals only to use them and kill them, right? Because that already defines that we put almost zero value in those animals. Therefore, why would we
Yeah.
care about these other animals?
Yeah, yes, exactly. So I usually don't try to explain beings in terms of like their utility. Now, sometimes you may have to do it, right? In some scenarios, perhaps. But in general, I try to view them as something that you shouldn't I mean, you should treat them like they want their autonomy, they care about their life, they are ends in themselves, and that should be, at least in my opinion, not everyone shares this, right? And some people believe beings are simply things that you can subtract and add, basically, or like you can add and subtract. And I don't view this perspective. Now you can do it, and maybe you still can reach like a solid, very robust vegan conclusion. That's fine, right? Yeah, but I think again, if a person breeds animals for the purpose of getting something from them, I think that shows that the agent has some weird views about sentient beings, right? That can just be traded with like a plus and minus, and I don't agree with that.
I pretty much agree with the argument that seeing animals as an object is bad because
Yeah.
it will lead to bad consequence. But I'm not. I don't really know. I agree with more like principle level that like viewing sentient being as object is fundamentally like bad. Like is that like common view across vegan?
Yeah, I mean,
Would you apply
ultimately,
the
it
same
will also
logic to?
depend. Ultimately, it
Sorry.
also depends on your intuitions, right? Ultimately, it depends on your intuitions that you hold. I mean, I cannot on the spot change your intuitions. I mean, they can be changed, but it will take time. And yeah, some people hold this view that you can exchange some pleasure for some suffering. You know, so for instance, if you have like 3 patients, right? If you have 3 patients who are suffering and they need organs, right? And there's like a healthy patient coming in. I mean, maybe a utilitarian under some views would say it's okay to steal the organs of the patient to save 3 other people. But I would say, no, you shouldn't. It's too much. Unless the person is consenting, you shouldn't do that.
Well,
You
a
should
person
not.
can't be consenting to like being killed for it either. So that's nobody.
Wait, what?
But
Wait, what?
no, it's esoteric. Forget about it. I said like a person can't
Yeah,
be
yeah.
consent to be killed for organs either. So the consent is void there. We shouldn't kill people for like organs, right?
No, I mean, they can consent to say, well, I want to be killed to save, right? They could, in principle, consent.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm iffy on that. Like, is it like an informed consent? Because people talk about consent, but what they mean is informed consent. Can you know
we
what
can
it's
stipulate
like?
that it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can I mean, of course. I mean, we can assume that some people are competent. I mean, we can't just like be how do you say? What's the word? At some point, we have to grant them some competency. We can't just say, well, no one is competent about their opinion. I mean, we can stipulate that maybe one patient is competent in their mind, and if they are willing to, I would still say no. I shouldn't. I mean, maybe in this case it's permissible.
I don't
But
know.
they
Should
consented
be
in this case.
evaluated in a way that's like suicide patients are evaluated when they are right.
Yeah.
So it's basically suicidal. Can we move on to something less esoteric, but like actual conversation about veganism?
Yeah, true.
Well, those are
But I
really
think it's
fun, but
important,
they
right?
like drink the air out of this room.
Yeah. But I think, whatever. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
before move on to next topic, I want to say that I'm kind of feeling some like limitation of utilitarian view, because like if I accept or follow utilitarian view, then like I found some charity that saved like 5,000 shrimps suffering with like only $1. So like if I strictly follow the utilitarian viewpoint, I should basically give up almost everything I have for saving like shrimps. And this is kind of like contradicting to like my
Yeah.
intuition. So like I
Yeah,
think I
listen.
did something
Yeah.
more.
Listen, I think all of these frameworks, they have some limitations, of course. They are there to guide our intuitions, right? But I think every kind of framework should have some constraints, I believe. If you just take deontology, if you just take utilitarianism, at some point, if you really test the logic of them, you have to modify them a little bit, I think, in my view.
Can we move on?
I mean, you don't have to, but if you're, let's say, if you're saying, if you are like a pure deontologist and you're saying, well, you can never exploit animals, even if, let's say, we take like a cell of them and just end animal exploitation altogether, right? It's not permissible to do that. I mean, no, you're going to put some constraint, right? You're going to say, well, maybe it's permissible to exploit an animal a little bit to end animal exploitation altogether. I would do that, surely. I mean, I would even maybe sacrifice myself a little bit, right? But it depends how much, right? It's like a matter of degree at this point then.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's not always easy, right? Because first we have intuitions, and second of all, you have to be thoughtful, right? I mean, this is where values then clash. And this is about ethics. Ethics is about trying to be thoughtful and considering multiple values. And yeah, some people will disagree because we have different intuitions. Anyways, I think we should move on. VPM is correct.
Yeah, Raoum, I know you want to talk to me, but I remember you being here and like majorly wasting your time all the time. So I don't know if I should. Maybe I should move on to somebody like we haven't talked to yet, you know? I mean, we can give it like 10 minutes if you want, like, I don't know, if you're still around.
Hi.
Hello, Anakin, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say? Can you move closer to the mic, please?
Yeah, I was saying I'm okay.
You okay? That's
So,
good.
are you all vegan?
A lot of us here is pretty even, I don't know, relatively evenly split maybe. Some are vegan, some are known anti-vegans, and other people just hanging out in here, trying to have conversations with us. You want to have a conversation with us about veganism?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you vegan?
I'm vegetarian.
Vegetarian. Okay. Why are you vegetarian?
Religious reasons.
Well, can you name a few? Just so I know
Yeah.
why we're having this conversation, right?
Yeah, because I don't like killing an animal for food.
Okay. Why
Yeah.
not?
Because you can live a good life without killing animals. Because you can.
Yeah.
You don't need to. It's not necessary for a man to kill an animal. He won't die of malnutrition if he doesn't kill an animal.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. So what vegetarian foods do you eat that are not vegan?
Milk, curd, cheese.
Yeah. So
Yes.
all of those are dairy products.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think it's justified to exploit an animal for unnecessary food?
Yeah, it's not exploitation, right? I'm not killing a cow for milk.
No. I'm asking something specific. I'm asking about exploitation, not killing. Do you think it's justifiable to exploit an animal for unnecessary food?
Yeah, no, it's not justified.
Okay, so why do you do it?
See, I am not exploiting an animal. The cow gives milk to the calf anyway. I just take some of it.
Yeah, you don't think that's exploitation? Can you really quickly define exploitation for me?
Okay, so I think, see, I get that. See, I had this conversation many times with my friends. So, see, you think I'm exploiting a cow for
No, no, no. I'm
for
just
milk?
asking you to define exploitation for me really quick because I had many
Okay.
conversations like this with vegetarians specifically
Okay.
from your
So,
region, and they don't know what exploitation is. So if you can please define
see,
it before we move on.
okay, so how I see exploitation is that there are two entities and there is a power imbalance between them, and the one with more power tries to take advantage of the other using that power dynamic.
Okay, so I think I got some of it or some of this. So you're saying exploitation is the use of somebody you are more powerful over. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a bad definition of exploitation.
guys-
I would say exploitation is using somebody without considering their best interest. Or the word use is problematic there, but because use and exploitation when it comes to sentient beings kind of means the same thing, but that's the best thing I could come up with. So even by your definition, though, how is taking a cow's milk not exploitation?
See, if I leave the cow in a while, it's gonna die. I am gonna give it shelter. I'm gonna, nurture it. So in exchange, I'm asking for its milk.
Sorry,
Like,
how is
I'm
that
even
not
feeding.
exploitation of a cow? I'm asking you a very specific
Yeah.
thing. If you can answer
Oh, sorry.
that
Yeah, see.
specific thing. No. Please answer
Yeah,
my
see.
question first. After that, you can ask me all the questions.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
See, if no, it's not really, 0 and 1 thing, exploitation or not. It's like a grayscale, I would say.
Sorry, how is taking a milk from a cow not exploitation? You made the claim that it's not exploitation. Can you explain
Yeah.
how it's not an exploitation? Because it seems to me, right, is because humans are more powerful over animals. They impregnate
Yeah.
them or at least facilitate impregnation. And then they let the calf drink a little bit of milk in your region. And they mostly do it not because of what a calf needs. They do it because it stimulates the cow to produce more milk. And then they push the calf away. They put the calf next to the mother's head. And then they milk the cow. That is exploitative. And then what happens to the calf? After
We
they're
take care
grown
of
up a
it.
little bit. What? Sorry?
We take care of it.
You took care of them for 40 years because that's how long
Yeah.
calves lived. What if it's a male calf? What are you doing with them?
Yeah, even if they are male, we take care of it.
So let me see if I can try to do. I'm now remembering that maybe we had this conversation and you haven't budged since then, which is kind of weird. So let me try to do like a simple logical calculation. So you buy a cow, which is in itself exploitation and slavery. Then you facilitate impregnation of that cow. So that means you need 2 cows, right? Or you just bought some
Yes.
semen and then you impregnated them, and that's
Yeah.
exploitation definitionally. Both are exploitation, but now you have 2 cows. And then the baby
Yeah.
comes, and that's a male calf. And after about
Yeah.
6 months, he's weaned. And then you take care of that male calf for 40 years
Yeah.
while you take, and for that 6 months to 9 months, you are taking the milk of a
See.
cow. And then, hold on, I haven't finished. And then you have to
Yeah, okay.
impregnate that cow again so that they produce more milk. So in about 5
Yeah.
years, you're going to have at least 8 cows. And you're going to take care of those 8 cows for 40 years. In 40 years, you're going to have at least 40 cows from one cow whom you exploit for milk, and the rest you just give them food. 40 cows. You just give them food. Why?
See, when I say I take care of cow, it's not like me as an individual. We live in a community, okay? and they are like cow shelters. Everyone funds them.
Do you go to
We-
like do you go to like a store and buy milk there?
No, there is a in now where I live, they are like they call it Goshala. They sell milk. They take care of
Yeah.
cows. They sell milk, and they we don't kill those calves. Just because it's a male, it can't produce milk. We don't kill it.
Yeah.
you
Have
know?
you seen? This is like just you not knowing what's happening in Goshalas as well, right? Because some Goshalas are really good. They just take care of the cows, they work of donations. Other Goshalas, you just don't know. They just buy commercial milk, and then they sell it to you as Goshala milk.
Yeah.
And also they don't
See-
take care of you most likely are getting a buffalo milk. And Goshalas don't take in buffaloes, they just take in cows.
No. See.
Yes.
Because these are managed by like religious people. So we have some kind of faith in it. The word runs on faith. I can't.
Yeah, that
they
faith
might
is
not do it.
misplaced
Yeah.
because what Goshalas do is though they exploit the generosity of good people and they sell you. First of all, that would mean that Goshala is exploiting animals, right? So that's not a good organization. And second of all, they actually like buy milk from regular farmers and they sell it to you as Goshala milk. And I'm not inventing this, right? I have this movie that is made, you're from India, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was made about dairy in India. And I'm gonna give you the
Yeah,
link for this.
I get it. Like many Goshala, they do scams. They exploit the cows, and they, scam religious people.
Sorry, sweetie. Anakin.
But-
The fact that they take milk from them is exploitation. Like put a
See, you
human.
can't-
Hold on. Put a human in the place of that cow, right? Let's say I have a human woman whom I impregnate. And then I I let the baby drink a little bit, and then I milk the woman, and I take that milk and I sell it. Does that sound like exploitation or not?
Yeah, that is exploitative.
Why is it not exploitation in case of a cow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really have an answer for this, but I have like I justify myself in different ways. I I feel that if we don't take care of cows, they are gonna die.
Well, they die
So
anyways. Do you know what happens in Indian farms? They use them for about 3 or 4 years, and then it's like not profitable for them to impregnate them anymore. They just throw them to the streets,
Yeah,
right?
they leave it on
That's
display, yeah.
when you see like dead cows, dead carcasses in the streets, or dead buffaloes, most likely in the streets. It's because those cows were thrown out of India dairy farms, and they're just like starving on the streets, eating plastic bags or being attacked by dogs, or worse than that, they are being kidnapped to be sold, to be slaughtered. So dairy, even in India, actually kills cows and buffaloes.
There are two type of people who manage these cows: farmers and the religious organizations. These things, the living cow as it's not profitable. These are done by like farmers and those type of people. I can't even if I don't drink the cow's milk, the cows is still be exploited. It's just
No,
Uh,
they are not. That's why the farmers impregnate them. They keep the bull and the cow separate, right? And then after
Yeah.
the bull is not useful anymore, he's sent to slaughter. He's not even sent to the streets. Nobody's going to do that with a bull. Bulls are dangerous, especially bulls who are not castrated as babies, right? So they keep them separate until they need them to get pregnant. So the only reason the cows are getting pregnant, the only reason the cows are bred, the only reason that your country has so many cows is because of the dairy industry, is because farmers control their impregnation, controls their breeding. That's what happens. Listen, I tagged you in the chat. I put this documentary about the dairy in India, and it says everything. It says about how buffaloes are treated and how cows are treated in dairy. They basically stand in the same place their entire lives. They develop terrible diseases from just standing in one place. They're taken twice a day to water, and that's the only time they actually move. It talks about artificial insemination, that granted is only done in India 30% of the time, but it's on the rise. That definitely is considered to be the most efficient way to impregnate cows, and that's rape. I'm just gonna call it what it is. A human being is shoving their hands down the vaginas and the asses of cows. That's fucking rape. And then the calves are sent either sold, and the farmers say, well, I don't know where I sell them. They're sold to slaughter. They're crossing the border so that to the places where it's allowed in India to slaughter cows and buffaloes, and they're slaughtering them there. The farmers just saying, well, I don't know, I'm just selling them. It's none of my business what happens to these cows that I can no longer impregnate, or the calves. It's just none of my business what happens to them. Well, what happens to them is they go to slaughter. Cara beef is one of the biggest exports from India. How do you think they get there? The buffaloes are slaughtered. All of this is from dairy. The buffaloes are not raised, as far as I know, in India for cara beef. It's just spent dairy buffaloes and calves, and their calves. And you know, when the calf dies, right? Sometimes calves die, or sometimes just farmers just don't give a shit about calves. They sell them immediately. They use oxytocin to induce the milk production, which is a huge drug. It could be that this drug crosses into dairy, into milk, into curd, into cheese, and it's like actually like fucking drugging the population. But even if it doesn't, it's drugging the cow so that she produces milk. That's exploitation. Goshalas, some goshalas, again, masterful. The goshalas that don't sell milk, they don't exploit cows and they take care of cows. But the goshalas that do, they taking in cows, not buffaloes, just the cows, that no longer can produce reliably milk. So they just buy milk from the farmers who exploit cows, and they sell it to you to make you feel good about it. All of this is exploitation. None of this is justified.
You see, you're going on a monologue. Like, let me say, like, how I justify it. So, see, you know, any type of vegetation or irrigation kills animals, even if you're growing plant-based food.
Yeah, how is that exploitation? Please tell me, because you're talking about we're talking about exploitation. If you want us to talk about killing, we can talk about it, but let's finish exploitation first. Do you realize that when you eat and drink dairy products, you are directly paying for exploitation of cows and buffaloes? Yes?
Yeah, to some extent, yes.
How can you justify that? No, not to some extent, to a huge extent. The only reason they exist is to be exploited.
No, you can't say that.
Yes, I can. They fucking bred. The farmers breed these cows and buffaloes. They breed them to exist, only for milk production.
We can even ask if we did the same thing to a human, would that be exploitation? Yes or no?
I asked it.
Yeah,
they said yes.
Exploitation.
They said it's exploitation in case of cows as well. But how can you justify it now, Anakin? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I can't.
Then you should stop. You should stop buying dairy and buy soy curd instead, and buy soy paneer, and buy soy milk. It's
If-
not gonna make you
if I-
feel better because it's from Goshala, but it's gonna make you feel better because you'll know that you are not part of exploitation, right?
So if I buy soy paneer, like soy and these are plant-based milk, I think plant-based milk and things.
Yeah.
So a farmer has to cultivate it on a land. So while
Yes.
he is irrigating the land, he has to first deforestate that land. He's killing an entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
Just
So
for
let's
my
talk. Okay.
view-
So we're moving on. So you can't exploit. You can't justify exploitation. Now you're moving on to killing.
No, I'm
That's
comparing the
fine.
exploitation.
No, that's not
comparing-
exploitation.
Wait a minute.
No, that's
wait a minute.
100.
Anakin,
Comparing the
Anakin.
exploitation.
No,
No,
it's not.
no. So what VPM said after this whole discussion, you have two choices. You can either say you're for exploitation or you can stop supporting exploitation. This isn't
See,
about the
that's the
killing.
thing, man.
We can discuss the killing afterwards, as VPM said. But right
No,
now,
like,
you're
you-
forced.
no,
You
no.
have two choices. Which one are you? Are you for exploitation, or are you actually against exploitation and you will stop supporting it?
You make it look like I have two choices. I can exploit or I can't exploit.
Yeah.
Actually, there are no two choices. There is only one choice. There is exploitation. Now the real conversation is on which scale you want to exploit. So you want to kill the entire
Yeah.
ecosystem
Please
of,
tell me
the plant
how.
animals.
Please tell me. Hold on, Anakin. You now have to prove
Yeah.
something to me. You have to prove to
Yeah,
me
yeah.
that animals who dies for crop are exploited. Please prove that.
Yeah, they are exploited.
Please prove that on your definition of exploitation.
So have you ever been to a farm? They use pesticides on that.
No, no.
And if
Yes,
anything
how
no,
is
it
that
seems-
exploitation? Please
They
prove
kill
to me
those-
that that's
they kill
exploitation.
frogs.
How is that exploitation? In what way is that exploitation? Use your
See,
definition of
the-
exploitation, yes, which was
I'm
using
using my
somebody
definition.
because you have power over them.
Yeah. The frog as a other pest that I have power over that. I'm killing it. That's
No, you're
exploitation.
killing them. How is that exploitation? That's killing. I agreeing with you 100%. How is that exploitation?
Yeah. So Anakin, let me ask you this: do you think those animals are killed because we have power over them, or do you think they're killed to protect the crops?
Here's the thing. You are saying, so you are telling me that you can have the right to food, but the pest doesn't have the right
Sorry,
to food.
can you prove?
No, I'm
Yes.
asking you the same question again.
Right.
So do you think those animals are killed to protect the crops, or do you think they're killed because we have power over them and we want to use them?
That doesn't matter. That wouldn't define it as exploitation, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's-
No, but it's according to his definition. So I'm
No,
trying
it's
to see
not.
if it's
According to
even
his
important.
definition, is using somebody when you have power over them. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
use.
it's like-
You killing
Well,
animals
I
for
think-
crops. That's not use. Sorry,
I
Fenn,
think
go on.
I see the issue, and it's going to be really good if you use different analogies to demonstrate the issue. So can I try something?
Sure.
See,
Wait, who
once
was?
I have one story to tell. So see,
Wait, Anakin.
like one small story. Thousands of years ago, there was like a king in our land. See, so what he saw that was the farmers stopped cultivating crops. Why the reason the farmers gave him was, if I to start a farm, I have to cut the trees. Then I have to, all the pests I have to kill them. I have to kill everything, and I am, cultivating all this sin. This will take me to the hell. So I
Okay.
don't want to irrigate it. So then the king tells it, I will take the first step. I will grow up the first crop. Then you continue. The king takes all the sin to himself.
What is this?
Anakin,
Okay,
please stop. This is not. This doesn't prove your point that it's exploitation. Please prove that it's exploitation. Or let's move on to killing.
Anakin,
See,
can I
it is
ask you a
exploitation.
question?
On some or the other level, you have to exploit.
Can you
something.
please explain how it's exploitation, not with a story?
Wait. Anakin, I know you want to make us go to sleep with your bedtime story, right? But I want to ask you like a question, just a quick question, right? If I was an immigrant and I came to your country and I stole your food, and then you build a fence, right?
Yeah.
You build a fence to stop me from stealing your food, right? Are you
Yeah.
exploiting me?
How is a pest immigrant? Like, this is not a proper analogy. How are you an immigrant? You can't compare.
Can
that
you
to an
answer the
immigrant.
question, Anakin?
No, I
Just
won't
because you don't
answer, because you are
understand the,
using wrong
the
analogy.
analogy was spot on. There is an intruder
no,
coming
it-
in to take your food. So if that intruder is coming in to take your food,
How is that your
by
fault?
you
How
building
is
a
that your-
fence, are you exploiting that
How is it your
intruder?
fault? How is it your land? how is it? How is your food? First, define food. Like, how is it yours?
Yeah, I literally come into your country and steal your food, but you build a
Yeah,
fence.
that
Are you
that's a
exploiting
different
me?
analogy, and here is a different analogy. The pest grew
Wait,
there. He
wait,
for
Anakin.
thousands of generations. He was
Just
there. He's
answer
not an
if it's
immigrant.
No, I don't think
exploitation
he's
or
listening.
not. Jesus Christ, man.
I
It
don't
is
think he's listening.
exploitation, but everything is
It is
exploitation. So you have to
how?
compare the exploitation.
In what
You have to
way is
take
it
the least
exploitation?
exploitation.
Wait, guys. I think Anakin is not listening to me. Anakin,
Yeah.
what was it? What was it that I said?
Yeah, you told that you are an immigrant who came to my country to steal my food. So I built
Yeah.
a fence. So in
Yes.
technically, I am not an what you say. I'm not exploiting you, but I'm telling that here the pest is not an immigrant. He grew here for thousands of years.
So if you so here's a
How
fun little
does that
question.
make it exploitation, though? That they grew here for thousands of years. How is that
We can
exploitation all of a sudden?
wait. We can change the analogy. We can make a different analogy. Let's say you grew up there for thousands of years, and I come in
Yeah.
and take some food because I'm hungry, right? Are you
Yeah.
exploiting me when I go into your country to steal some food? Like, what are you exploiting me when you build a fence?
No, I'm not exploiting you if I build
Why?
a fence.
Why?
Because,
Why are you not exploiting me?
because the land belongs to me.
Okay, so when you build a fence, you're not exploiting me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, guys. Done.
Sorry, I've lost.
Anyone
I
wants
just
to follow?
so wait a minute, because I fail to see your issue. So in the case of dairy cows, the land belongs to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, whatever the dairy cows are fed and whatever is grown to feed those dairy cows, does that land also belong to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so but if you grow crops, the land no longer belongs to you.
No, it belongs to me and those animals as well. But for
Okay,
growing
wait.
the
No,
grass,
Anakin, we can't move on. So are you saying that in the case of dairy cows, when you grow crops to feed the dairy cows, that land belongs only to you, not to also those animals?
yeah, it belongs to those animals as well.
Okay, so what is the difference then? Because it seems to me like you seem to fail to understand this. Okay, you have a problem with crop production, fair enough. But you do understand that dairy cows are fed considerably more plants, and thus more crops are grown for dairy cows than you would otherwise eat if you would grow the plants yourself. So any issue you have with small animals being killed, with pesticides or whatever, those are multiplied in the production of dairy.
Oh, exactly. I'm just taking my cow to a run, and whatever grass it has, it sees, it eats it. How is it like protection of dairy? How is it even a comparison?
Who grew that grass?
It's grass, it grows by itself.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, whose land does that belong to?
You know, whoever owns that land, I don't know.
Okay, and whoever owns that land, did they not clear that land out of the animals that were there?
Yeah, they have cleared it.
Yeah, so then is it not exactly the same thing?
Yeah, to some extent, yes.
Okay, so now knowing that you have the choice between exploiting an innocent cow and, as you said, all of this cruelty done in crop production versus just cruelty in crop production and essentially no exploitation of cows, why would you choose the one that has the exploitation of cows also?
Yeah, I don't have any argument against that.
Yeah, so then don't you think that it would be morally preferable for you to choose to be vegan then?
Yeah, it is like, I get it what you're trying to say. And I see I understand this the dairy thing is, exploitative. Yeah, I get it. But
it's not just
yeah,
exploitative, man. The thing about it is that you imagine dairy as being this beautiful story, but the reality of dairy is that it is incredibly cruel to the animals. Dairy is considerably more cruel than meat. Because for dairy, cows are forcefully inseminated, babies are separated, babies are killed, and the cows are killed when they can no longer be pregnant. I know you say that that doesn't happen, but you say you buy it from a farm that does this. You said you put your trust in that farm that they do this ethical thing. But you might be surprised to find out that if they were to be doing this and they constantly provide milk, not just for you, but for everybody else, that would mean that they should have hundreds, maybe thousands of cows, because if they don't kill them, they have to keep them alive. Cows can live 25 years and they stop producing milk after like 8, maybe 10 years.
Hello.
Yeah. So, see, like, I'll end it here. So what I say is, most of my food is vegan. Only the paneer and these things I eat on like weekends or something. So I justify it myself in that way. I get it. It's some way it's exploitation, but to fulfill my requirement, I eat it, and I get it. Soy milk is an option, tofu is an option, but where I live, it's very expensive. But I can't.
No. So wait, if we help you with getting the good price, would you stop supporting it? Is the only thing that is keeping you back price?
Yeah.
You should have said that
Not
from the
exactly.
beginning. Why are we having this conversation even? Okay, Chip,
Yeah,
can you
please.
provide?
I get it. See, you want people to consume, soy milk, soy paneer instead of this, but more like I don't really not enjoy. Like I don't really have faith too much on the hyper processed food. And the hyper processed.
Wait a
foods are,
minute,
What the fuck do you mean by that? Curd is hyper processed.
Curd is hyper processed. So is cheese. So is paneer. All of
So is
them are
cheese, yeah.
processed foods.
See, paneer in the milk you put some onion, like lemon and stuff. That's not. I wouldn't call
It's
it hyper
Hyper processed
as
made.
highly processed as soy paneer. It's the same
Yeah.
fucking process. It's as highly processed as soy curd or soy cheese, which is tofu. It's the same process.
I get it. Yeah.
Thanks, Golden.
Yeah. So I think we have to end it now.
Oh, that's
You know.
Bangladesh. You're not in Bangladesh, are you? You are.
There is somebody who's impersonating me. I just see it now.
Shit.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna kick them. Yeah,
No, ban them.
Dando.
Wait, don't kick them just yet. Let's see what the user ID is.
It's Dando0705.
Ah, let's address this.
I forgot to put the reason. Sorry, but yeah.
I'll write it in mods. So. Yeah. So Anakin, do you have any more excuses, or have we run out of them and you're gonna be vegan? I might be out of the thing. Hold on, guys. Once in a while, Discord crashes. Need to restart it. Guys, is anybody talking? Because I can't hear shit.
No, I'm not talking.
Okay.
I'm
Has Anakin left?
I don't know. As far as anybody else, they might be scratching out. No, Chip is muted.
Yeah, I'm here. I was muted. I'm trying to see if I can add one of those labels to my name, but yeah.
What, the live thing? You just copy from me. You can just copy from my thing.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How do I? What do I copy from your thing?
Yeah,
the
it's
life
hold
thing
on.
is that what you want to do? The life with the dot?
No, I just want to copy one of those tags, tofu or something, so that
Oh no, you have to go to the server that gives
Hello?
those tags and then adopt that tag from there.
Okay.
It's not. It's not.
Just-
It's an ominous tag. It's an ad for a specific server. So
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, let's move on.
Okay, yeah. So Rom, of course, it's a genuine question. Why I'm asking you? Why would you purposely spread misinformation? That goes against what we do here. We're here to spread information that isn't misinformation. So when somebody comes here to purposely spread misinformation, that's intricate, like that's completely against what we're doing. Yeah, I'm responding to you with voice because I don't have the patience to type that out. Okay, well, I think you're just banned, my guy. Bye.
well, that's just Rome's normal behavior to say shit and then get banned. I should probably do this. Done.
If it's a repeat behavior, eventually we're just gonna have to do
Oh, it's a repeat behavior
Permaban.
for sure.
yeah, if it's repeat behavior, it's just gonna be a permaban eventually.
Then let's just permaban them and be done with it because it is a repeat behavior.
Burn the bridge.
Ban. It's
Okay,
just
hold on,
we
hold
have
on.
no time for this nonsense. We're trying to veganize the world from people who are actually open to it, not from the anti-vegans.
Edit roles,
It's a waste of our time.
vegan ban. There we go.
What's up, Amini? Oh, I mean,
Let's do this real quick.
Just there we go.
okay. Let me just. Anakin, thanks for coming back. I'm gonna tag you in an actual guide in India. It's gonna mostly talk about like restaurants and shit, but you can kind of extrapolate from that what vegans eat and stuff, right? And you can like go to your grocery store instead of because nobody lives from the restaurants. Nobody can afford that shit. But it's gonna give you like ideas of what to buy, how vegans kind of go about it, replacing animal products. I'm also gonna give you Challenge 22, where you can talk to somebody who's gonna help you out locally to your locality, how to go vegan on a budget, basically, right? They're gonna provide you with some information. Soy paneer, we checked it out, is cheaper than dairy paneer, so there you go, that's already a reduction. Soy milk might be more expensive, so if you can't fit that in your budget, you just don't drink milk. You just replace it with something else, or you make your milk at home. Buy just soybeans and make the milk at home or something like that. Or buy like a powdered soy milk, which is what my friend does because he can't get to like actual liquid soy milk. He just buys powdered soy milk and uses that, and that's incredibly cheap for him. So there you go. Oh, there are like annoying sounds. That's okay. What's up, McLovin? The sounds are extra annoying.
Hello.
Yeah, the ins and people coming in and out like this rapidly is super aggravating.
Yeah. What's up, Mido Surreal? You've been here for a while. You want to have a conversation? Hi, JC. BWC. What's up, BWC?
Oh my gosh. I am so close to being number one.
Well, you go for
Uh,
it. You go for it.
Okay, but we are also close to being number one as a channel, so let's go.
Yeah. What's up, BWC? How you doing today?
Hello.
Hello. You okay today? Day is going fine?
Yes. Yes. What about you?
Yeah, mine as well. I woke up, I drank my protein shake, I worked out, and now I'm doing this. It's altogether, pretty productive start of a day.
Oh, great.
Are you vegan?
I'm not a vegan, but I do not eat meat.
So, like a vegetarian?
Yes.
Yes. Why are you vegetarian?
It's been all around me since childhood, I guess.
So, like, you're just used to it. That's all there is.
Yes.
Yes. So you don't have like an ethical stance against killing animals for food?
Sorry, what?
You don't have like an ethical stance against killing animals for food?
I personally do not support eating meat.
What about killing animals for other food, for like dairy? Do you support that?
No, I don't.
Do you support that with your money?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Do you think that's like a contradiction on your values?
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't you just stop supporting killing animals? You thinking about a reason why you should continue paying for animals to be slaughtered?
I don't think I pay in any way to slaughter animals.
Well, what do you think dairy does after the dairy cows no longer can produce milk?
I don't think I'm directly supporting slaughtering by buying a dairy product.
Well, not directly, but like that's part of the industry. I'll give you an example. Let's say there was like, I don't know, phone producing industry that every person, hold on, listen up. So every person that is like producing the phones in the factory, after their fingers are like too old to hold the phone or something like that, they're sent to slaughter. Do you think you would be paying for those people to be sent to slaughter if you purchased the phone from that company?
I mean, it's clear, right? The answer is yes. Not complicated.
Yeah, I think it's pretty direct. If you know that you buying a phone would lead one day to these people just being sent to slaughter, I think the answer is a resounding yes, right? You're not oblivious about it. You know that definitely happens. And that definitely happens to dairy buffaloes mostly, but also cows in India, right? Number one export of India is carrot beef. How do you think those buffaloes become existing. It's dairy production. And about 90% of dairy in India comes from buffaloes. It doesn't say so on the label, but that's where it comes from. But it gets worse than that. I can talk for hours. BWC, you're welcome to like say something. But I can talk for hours about dairy in India. I'm relatively educated on it. Probably some things I don't know, that's for sure. Like, BWC, do you know what... Fuck, now I forgot.
Can I say something? So I used to be in your shoes, BWC. I used to say I was a vegetarian, and I used to say I'm not supporting that. That's not my problem. I'm not supporting it. But the reality is that if you buy these products, some of your money goes towards the exploitation of dairy cows and towards the killing of dairy cows. So you are supporting it, whether you want to or not. Do you think you can choose something else, BWC?
I believe vegan options are pretty limited in my area.
The fuck they are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. India is full of vegan options everywhere. The fuck they are. Your entire cuisine is like 95% vegan. It's just like in the past few years, it has like dairy added on top of that. But if you look at recipes from like the 60s or something, or the traditional Indian recipes, it's like vegan stuff. What you mean by this, BWC, is that the vegan replacements for the foods that you are accustomed to, like milk, curd, cheese, all of those things might be less available. Ghee, right? All those things, well, ghee is really easily replaceable and much healthier if you replace it with canola oil. So that's not a problem. But like the rest of the stuff, that's what you mean by it, right? Those are less available.
Actually, yes, the options are available, but they are absurdly expensive. So if I actually tell in numbers in Indian currency in rupees, I would say curd costs around 20 or 30 rupees, and a vegan option would cost us around 300 or 400 rupees. So the
400
difference-
rupees would cost soy curd? I call bullshit.
Yes.
Please provide evidence, please.
I can
but
actually
guys-
share some of the products that are available in our
Sorry.
stores, and the price difference is literally so high.
So you just don't have to eat soy curd. You don't have to eat dairy curd either. You can just buy tofu. How much tofu costs?
Hello.
There's still a difference between paneer and tofu, I guess.
Yeah.
But BWC, do you think that if we provided you with resources to help you be within your budget and still thrive on a plant-based diet, and by that I mean, yeah, maybe you would be no longer having paneer and curd, and maybe from time to time tofu, maybe from time to time soy curls, whatever. Do you think that you
I'm
would see it
personally
as
ready-
morally responsible to adopt that plant-based diet?
I'm actually personally open to become a vegan, 100% vegan, but it is really difficult for me to convince my family, my people around me. So
You don't have to. You don't have to at first convince them of anything. You just have to take responsibility for your actions. Right? You are your own man. By the sound of it, you are a grown man, so you can take the
wait a second.
responsibility. Yeah.
Currently I'm actually a student, and I do not earn, so I have to live on my parents' money basically. So making them buy those stuff just for me is like little bit
What do you mean by that? You don't buy your own food? You don't buy your own food, BWC?
I'm saying that I am living with my parents right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the BWC, if tomorrow your parents all of the sudden, I'm not sure what their situation is, but if all of the sudden tomorrow they start eating dogs, are you gonna adopt the same thing and say, yeah, I'll eat what my parents eat?
No. It's probably not going to happen because
That
Indian
doesn't matter.
culture.
No. Hold on, BWC. He's asking you a moral question. He's not
Yeah, it's a
asking you
hypothetical.
or a practical question, right? He's not asking you whether your parents will or will not adopt this. But it is not out of the question that your parents might adopt eating meat of some kind, right? At some point, right? It's a hypothetical. He's asking you if they adopt eating dog meat. Are you going to start eating dog meat just because they adopted this diet?
No, I will not.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when you think something is wrong, you just don't do it. It doesn't matter if your parents do it or not, right? And what you can ask, you can just tell your mom, right, that like probably cooks, or your dad, the people who cook, just cook the traditional Indian food, but don't put ghee in it. Put canola oil in it, or don't put like curd on it. Just, just do without. You can be in fantastic health just eating the chickpeas that are incredibly traditional in Indian food, and just do that. You don't need those foods, and it sounds like you're morally opposed. So why would you be looking for justifications to do a thing that you are morally opposed to, instead of trying your absolute best to never do this again?
Okay.
Okay. So I tagged you in quite a few things on the side chat. You can look at them later, but first Cheap wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say exactly that. So VPM tagged you in one thing called Challenge 22 that hooks you up with a nutritionist. They send you recipes every day. They help you adopt a plant-based diet for free within your area, within your budget. That's one of the things. But there's this documentary called Magadud. Maybe you know what? Watch this documentary with your family. You can try. Of course, if they don't want to watch it, I still think you should watch it. But after maybe if you watch it with your family, maybe your family will also no longer want to support this, because if your family is vegetarian, they might share the same values as you, which is that being cruel to animals is wrong. The sad part about it is that a lot of people don't know is that dairy products are still cruel to animals. So maybe just a little bit of a reality check will make you and your family make different choices. But either way, I recommend at least you watch that documentary, if not.
Sure, I will.
That's very
So-
nice. Nice.
So BWC understands now that he is supporting cows to be slaughtered. Did he concede on that point?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Right, BWC? You conceded on that part?
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. Mm,
Welcome.
I mean, we're talking a lot here about.
Welcome to superior living, BWC. You are one of us now.
Oh, he's vegan now? When did that happen?
That's gonna happen, right, BWC? Are you committed to becoming vegan?
Yes, I'll try hard.
Okay.
Try hard to not eat those products.
I mean, how hard would it be? You just don't eat them. You just eat something else. You just eat something from plants.
Yes, most of my diet is from plants only. There are only rarely few chances that I consume dairy products.
Yeah. Yeah. So you.
I'll try to switch to plant-based more.
Yeah. Just like if you do it 100% of the time, you're gonna be 100% of the time committed to your moral stance, right?
Yes.
It's the best you can do, in fact. And here's the thing: I want to people probably listening like saying, "Why are you talking to Indian people mostly?" first of all, that just happens. But second of all, dairy in India is one of the cruelest dairy industries I've ever seen, and I've seen quite a few. So even on like a welfare position, dairy industry in India is absolutely horrific. The slaughter industry in India is absolutely fucking horrific. And Indian people are so close to living with their morals that it's just like India one day could be one of the most ethical places on earth if everybody did what PwC just did. Admitting that you're doing something wrong and changing your actions accordingly.
I hear you guys speaking a lot about the diet. Did you guys explain to PwC what veganism is?
Yeah, the only thing they eat is dairy, so it's just sans dairy products, no ghee, no butter, no curd, no like milk. Oh, the other stuff. Yeah, you're right, Vegan Jesus. You're absolutely correct. Would you like to go through this with PwC? I'm not sure there is anything left in India other than that, but maybe you can go through them.
Yeah, PwC, do you know what is veganism? Or do you have a definition? PwC? Hello? Oh, I get some internet issue.
Yeah. Don't know what to tell you. Let's move on then. Cheap. There are two of you again. What the fuck is going on?
Are there two of me again?
Yes.
Oh, I don't see the other person. I reported them.
There is another person right, for me, it's right next to you. It's a different picture though. You can't see them?
Oh, I see it, yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Well,
Is everybody, I know Chip is awesome, but why would you impersonate somebody like that?
yeah, some people are just, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna report also then.
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of flattering, isn't it?
I don't like it.
I posted the notes.
You can be flattered and creeped out at the same fucking time. What's up? Or like you can be flattered or creeped out about this specific instance. What's up, Amin? You want to talk to us?
Curesas is talking in the comments there. Maybe they want to make up. Curesas, are you there? Yeah, some type of issue with the hypotheticals, it seems.
It's a discussion on ethics. We're trying to find people's ethical boundaries. That's why they're important.
Thank you, wise one.
Yeah, and they're especially important in situations when an injustice has been happening for hundreds or thousands of years. The reason why I say this is because if it's happening for hundreds and thousands of years, then surely, morally speaking, we have found so many ways around it that it will be difficult for people to understand it. So in those situations, hypotheticals do serve a great purpose because they try to show the reality of it. Otherwise, your mind will just go to the same place that it's always been. This is how the world is, and this is how I accept it.
Ooh. Just found a cool article if people want to read this. Eek. Hold on. There you go, guys. It's about zoonotic disease. I'm gonna put it in my site as well. Hello. Hey, you wanna talk to us? You're nice people. Well, I'm not. What's up, Ing? Big Sai? I'm just inventing shit. What's up, Panda? Why is nobody talking? Why are we quiet? Hello, Billy, Ronnie. What's up?
Hello, VPM. I'm pretty great. What about you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm trying to stay productive.
Interesting. I hope you stay productive.
Yeah, I hope so too. There is this paper that I just found that could be interesting to read later. It talks about the infectious disease trap of animal agriculture. So I'm collecting stuff for my site and zoonotic diseases. I haven't filled it out yet. Are you vegan?
Yeah. I am.
Get alive,
Okay.
idiots.
Awesome. That's just awesome.
How long have you been vegan for?
I think it's been 10 years. If it's gonna be in the next month. So around 10
interesting.
years. Yeah.
That's great. I've been one for 7 months now.
Oh.
But I'm 17, so
Ooh.
that's like relative.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. That's really good. What made you go vegan?
I found like a person, he's a friend of mine. I found him here only. And he was the one who told me about veganism. And I was like a meat eater before, I was an omnivore.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, my vision was pretty narrow because I never thought about the suffering and all, which I highly regret. But yeah, and he told me about veganism and how it affects so much. Like, if you think about eating meat, it's just that we think in a narrow horizon, like, well, it must have been like hurting the animal when they were being cut up, but it's actually much, much more than that. It's like global warming, it's spreading diseases, it's genetic modification and whatnot. So yeah, as and when I started studying about it, I just wanted to become a vegan.
Have he talked to you about how it's unjust to exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He's
a vegan too.
Yeah, I'm asking this because veganism is about the animals, right? Generally speaking. all the things that you said before this are amazing reasons to go plant-based or live like almost vegan lifestyle or something like that. But veganism specifically is about animal rights. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. What's up, Gurkhani? I apologize. I'm probably butchering that. There are all kinds of umlauts there and shit.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Did I say your name even relatively close to what it is?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, okay. Are you vegan, Gurkhani?
No, I'm not actually.
Why not?
I don't know. I was just raised non-vegan, I guess.
Yeah. Do you think we can like reason you into the position of being vegan? Is that possible?
I mean, sure, give it a shot.
All right. Chip, you wanna start the conversation? I really need to pee. I don't wanna start the conversation when I need to pee.
Sure. So what do you think being vegan is, first of all?
Not eating anything animal-based, so that's so it's I feel like it's one step ahead of being a vegetarian. So in vegetarian, obviously you can't eat meat, but being a vegan, you can't eat stuff like eggs or drink cow milk. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting thing, you know. Every time we ask somebody what vegan is, they always go to food. But being vegan is about
Any
the
products,
animals.
right? Like products like I don't know, like handbags and leather and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. So it's exactly that, but it's not about us, it's about them. So veganism is a moral principle of rejecting animal exploitation. Essentially, it means if we don't need to use animals, maybe we shouldn't. How do you feel about this? Given that, do you think that it's okay to use animals without their consent and without any need for us?
I don't know, to be honest.
You don't know. Well, let's break it down.
I grew up around the farm, so I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've seen a lot of killing. I've done killing myself, but I don't. I mean, I've just been desensitized, I think.
Yeah, sure. But if you think about it, is it moral to do all of that to animals for something that is optional to us?
Is it optional? I mean, I would say it depends. Again, but is it optional? I mean,
Do
was
you
it
think we
always
need to
optional?
wear leather? Do we need to wear leather?
I don't necessarily think so, but I do think that we need to eat meat.
Okay, what would convince you that we don't need to consume any form of animal products?
So what would it need to convince me?
Yeah, because we have empirical evidence. There's the largest organizations of nutritionists and dietitians on the planet say that we don't need to consume meat. I'm a certified nutritionist. So I'm interested, what kind of evidence or what exactly do you need to be convinced that you can be as healthy as you can be on a plant-based diet?
I'm not trying to I didn't join this voice channel to be on the other side. I'm just trying to hear you guys out, your position. But at the same time, so my biggest question is, what would be a substitute for protein? Protein as in from animal meat.
Yeah, sure. So this myth of protein coming from meat is nothing more but than a myth. Essentially, animal agriculture, what they have done is convinced us that I've heard people say that when instead of saying that they eat meat, is that they eat protein. Because they just it's so tied in our brain that meat is protein that we can't think of any other source of protein. But in reality, all plants contain all 9 essential amino acids in varying amounts. And there's several plant sources of protein. Take, for instance, beans, lentils, chickpeas. Tofu is a good source of protein. Soy chunks is an incredible source of protein. Tempeh is another good source of protein. but yeah, there's several sources of protein. Plant-based meats are a good source of protein also, but most people have an issue with those, either because they call them ultra processed or because they're expensive, whatever. People have some issues with plant-based meats. So
Yeah.
but they are sources for protein in that regards. So
Okay,
let's
and what's
imagine
the
that.
issue? I understand that like consuming meat is an issue because obviously you have to kill the animal, but what about milk and eggs?
Sure. So why do cows produce milk?
For their offspring.
Exactly. So do you think they get pregnant when they want to, or do you think farmers impregnate them?
Farmers impregnate them. That's how
Yeah,
it's always been.
Yeah, that already to me is wrong. If you ask me, I think impregnating animals for something we want is already wrong. And yeah, when the babies are born, what happens to the babies?
I'm not too sure.
They get separated from their mothers. Do you know why?
So they can't drink the milk.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, not a lot of people get it, but you're right. That's exactly why, so that they don't drink the milk. And if the baby is
interesting.
born,
Mhm.
yeah, so if the baby is born male, they're considered they're classed as a waste product because they don't produce milk themselves. So what do you think happens to them?
They kill it.
Exactly. And if they're born female, they suffer the same fate as their mothers. Every year impregnated, every year baby is taken, every year exploited for milk. And around the age of 7, 8, depending on the breed, depending on the farm, they kill them. Cows can live 25 years and they kill them around the age of, let's say, best case scenario, 8 years old. So that's a third of their natural lifespan. Do you know why they kill them at that age?
Because they can't produce milk. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, sure. It's mostly because they can't get them pregnant. And in order to get them pregnant, to try and get them pregnant again, they would have to wait another year. And that would mean having to feed them for a whole year. So, yeah, it's it's as you said, because let's just say because they don't produce enough milk. Is any of that moral to you?
That's an interesting take. Obviously, I would say no. I mean, because of my personal values, but and obviously what I've grown up learning, you know, because I'm based here in New Zealand and we've got a huge farming culture, and yeah, I mean.
But if you can get all the nutrients that you need on a plant-based diet, let's imagine that you don't know how. That's okay. You know, we can provide you with help with that. But if you can get all the nutrients that you need on a plant-based diet, could it ever be moral to buy an animal product knowing that this kind of shit happens behind an animal product?
I don't think the problem is about morality for most people. I feel like it's about accessibility, in my opinion.
I understand that that's a problem, but let's get first to the moral side of it, because veganism is a moral principle. So I need to understand if you agree with the moral principle, first of all, right? So knowing it, so I'll ask you this question again. Knowing that we don't need to do any of this, knowing that you can have a perfectly healthy life on a plant-based diet, and knowing that behind any animal product, this kind of shit happens, do you think that you can ever be moral when you choose to buy an animal product?
Say the question again.
Do you think you can be moral when you buy an animal product, knowing that there's this whole shit happening to animals behind animal products, and knowing that you don't need to buy them?
I think, honestly, I think you can, because it's so like brushed away in today's society that nobody thinks of it like that. Like
But
it's just a
because it's
normalized
brushed
and
away. Well, I understand that, but does that make it moral? Because it was normalized, it all of a sudden becomes moral?
okay, how is that not moral?
Well, you know, take for instance, slavery was at some point in our history normalized. I don't think slavery was ever moral. Do you agree?
No, it wasn't. But
Yeah.
it wasn't normal. Okay, that's a good point.
It was normalized. It was part of our society. The same with women not having rights. for the largest portion of our human history, women didn't have rights, and that was normal to us. But I don't think that was moral.
Okay, that's true.
Can I give you like a powerful hypothetical, because you seem to understand the logic between the injustice of slavery and the injustice to the animals. You seem to be quite open. Can I throw at you like a hypothetical?
Who, me?
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you. Yeah.
You go for it.
Because there are some logical implications that you would need to accept if you say, if we assume for a moment that it is optional what we're doing to these animals, right? And it's not necessary. There are some logical implications which presumably you would also deny. Okay, so hear me out. So if I grab a cat, right? I use the cat and I hang her upside down. Let's suppose it's a fat cat, you know? The cat is pretty fat. And I use the cat as a punching bag, right? To get a good cardio. It's quite convenient. It's accessible. You know, she's fat. You know, I don't have to get like a membership, like an MMA membership, right? And you're telling me, dude, why are you hitting this cat? Just leave her alone. I'm just telling you, well, I mean, society has no issues with it. I actually do it like secretly, you know. It gives me pleasure, convenience. You know, I've always been doing it, right? Why would I? Do you think there's any significant difference between that and eating animal products when it's not necessary?
Wait. So you're saying that hitting a cat as a punching bag is the same as consuming animal products?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Unless you can provide me a strong symmetry breaker, like a difference between me punching the cat for unnecessary reasons, right? Because presumably both you and I mean, if I am the one that is punching the cat and you is the one who is consuming animal products, both of us have alternatives that doesn't have to involve any kind of exploitation and suffering.
But I feel like, okay, obviously there is suffering in both situations because you're going to be killing the animal. But when you're going to be hitting it, it seems much more malicious and the suffering seems much more severe.
Sure. But
I feel like
nevertheless, right? I mean, you're killing someone. You're literally taking someone's away. I mean, I could maybe sedate the cat and then do the punching, maybe, if I'm a bit more benign, let's say.
But that's still malicious. Why would you be punching it? Like for what?
Yes.
For convenience. For convenience. That's the point, right? For convenience. It's pleasurable. I get a good cardio workout. It's for health.
But eating meat isn't necessarily pleasurable. Like you're eating it firstly because you can feed yourself.
Well, you can feed yourself on plants.
Yeah, exactly. That is not the symmetry breaker, right? Because I need a symmetry. You know what I'm saying when I say symmetry breaker, right? I'm looking for a significant difference between two scenarios. Because there has to be something in eating animals that is substantive enough that would justify that. Like if there is a need,
So if I may
That's
say it in a way, the point that Val is trying to say is that to the animal, if you think about the animal, to them they're essentially the purpose that we give to their body doesn't really matter. If at the end of the day we use them for their body and we kill them for their body, and we then I don't know, if we use them for their body and kill them for their body and we bring them to life only to use their body, to them it doesn't really matter what we do with their body afterwards. So to them it's kind of the same, right? Because and they are a victim in this situation, and I do think we should consider their perspective, right?
Okay, interesting. What about?
But do you see that there is like no substantive symmetry breaker between the two, because you can get everything else from, instead of eating the animals, you could also get from plants. That's the thing. You can get pleasure. And by the way, maybe I don't get the same convenience if I go to an MMA club. Maybe there's something natural, right, that the animal provides me, right, of punching the cat. Maybe there is something special. Maybe there are some trade-offs. But there are still, regardless, in all instances, right, both in your instance and in my instance, there are other options. So this is basically a reductio ad absurdum, basically, and it shows what the entailments are of eating almond.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that's cool.
Did you hear me?
Okay, what
Did I
about
cut
like I've heard? Okay, I've also heard that okay, animals. I mean, plants like animals. They have their own, like they can feel pain and stuff like that. So how do you guys navigate that argument?
Please let's not entertain this. Gokami, do you know the definition of veganism?
Yeah, we just
that
went through it.
person-
We
I don't
just
know.
went through it. Yeah.
Why?
We just went through the definition of veganism.
Yeah, maybe then he can tell me what it is if we just went through it.
I don't know. It's about like not giving the animal suffering. In a nutshell.
Exploitation.
Okay, so
Exploitation.
veganism is the principle that we as humans should live without exploiting animals, right? And from this principle, the resulting actions is that we don't consume any products that exploit animals, such as for food, for clothing, entertainment, like going to the zoo, or testing products on cosmetic products on animals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we already went through that. I don't know what we're talking about that again.
Okay, because just right now you said something else. So do
No,
you
I'm
understand
talking
it now?
about.
You just
Yeah,
talk about
yeah, I got it.
suffering.
I got the definition, but
Okay,
my question
so-
was, how do you guys navigate the argument that plants, like animals, they too suffer as well?
Yeah, that's not
Yeah, they
veganism,
don't.
right? That's why I went
Yeah,
through
they
the
don't.
definition again.
No, but if you're like if the doctrine of veganism is about protecting plants, I mean protecting animals, then shouldn't it also be applied to plants in the sense of morality?
Why?
Because
I can
that would
I can
seem-
answer
that would
that
seem
really quick.
inconsistent.
No,
So I
can,
can
can,
answer
can
that
we
really
ask
quick.
them to say
but
I'm just playing the
why?
devil's advocate, guys.
Why?
But Chip, by the way, Chip, by the way, right? You can even grant it as well. You can grant sentience even if that's the case. The position
Yeah,
still
yeah.
is rescued anyway.
Yeah, so I understand why you might question that, right? Because at the end of the day, they're all alive, right? That's what essentially everybody's saying. Your choice is between taking a life or another life. There is a difference, though. Animals are sentient, plants are not sentient. That means animals have a subjective experience of the world. They go through life with having positive and negative valence emotions. They feel love. They think. They're almost like us in all the ways that matter. Plants do not have any of that. And yeah, we can debate. Some people are going to say, well, I read this article that plants scream or something. They didn't really read the article. They just read the news headlines. And they think that plants are sentient all of a sudden. Let's imagine that you think plants are sentient. I'll grant you that. Even if you think that, it is still preferable to adopt a plant-based diet because when you eat plants only, you kill a certain amount of plants, let's say. But when you consume an animal-based diet, those animals are fed more plants than you would otherwise eat. So your choice essentially boils down to either exploiting and killing an innocent animal and killing all the other plants that are killed for that animal, or killing less plants for your current meal. Do you understand?
Okay, interesting. But you are killing, nonetheless.
You are listen. Existence in itself involves some form of harm towards another being. That does not mean we should create more harm in the process, does it?
So if are you a vegan, the chip guy?
Yes.
So.
Before we go on, hold on. Before we move on, right? I just want to remind you that there's another fake account here with that chip guy. Is that bad enough if they have your name as well, or?
They just say that it's a fan thing. I don't know what to say. I still don't like it. I think they can use their own name if they're a fan or something. But you know,
They
whatever.
can use
I still think
love
it's...
cheap. They can just do that. Or a crave cheap.
So do you believe that? See, we all know that the plants have life. So do you believe in harming or killing someone that doesn't feel pain? So if there's a human, he doesn't feel pain. Some kind of, mutation or something, he doesn't feel pain. So do you see anything wrong in harming him or giving him, torturing him if it doesn't feel pain? Do you think that's ethical?
How is that relevant? Sorry, this is completely irrelevant. This is completely irrelevant. Again, this has nothing to do with you choosing a plant or choosing a dead body in the supermarket. All right. Is it relevant really to the question whether you should kill a plant or kill an animal? Yeah, I'm just telling you because I could explain the question, but I'm unwilling to because it's a distraction. That's the point. Right?
Yeah.
It's also like it's like the similar question to like how many cows would it take to kill a human? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Even if I say stack all the cows that exist, I would never trade a cow for a human. It doesn't matter. It doesn't because it doesn't address the question whether it's more important to kill a plant or a cow. That's the point, right?
Mhm.
It's a huge distraction, which is why I'm unwilling to engage. I mean, I could, but I refuse to do so because it has like no relevance to the issue at hand. When you are faced with the situation of either quote unquote killing a plant or killing a sentient being and exploiting them in the process of it. That's the thing, right? Do you see the relevance?
It's a deflection, but I think they left anyway.
Yeah. That's fine. But to everyone here, right? I'm usually unwilling to answer these questions because they're leading us to a tangent.
Yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't entertain all this bullshit.
Well, we
Like flood
must,
pain.
because this is the bullshit that comes up.
Sorry?
No, I'm just saying this is the bullshit that comes up, so we must debunk it again and again and again.
No. I mean, if I tell them why I do not engage in this hypothetical because I have strong reasons not to, because it goes beyond the proposition of the debate. It's not whether there's like not a question with regards to moral value between, I don't know, between animals and humans. That's not the proposition. The proposition is whether we should exploit animals. That's the point.
Hi, Vegans. How are you all?
Yo, what's up, man? How you? Yeah, you want to go, vegan Jesus?
Yeah, that's not gonna say we are good. How are you? Who are speaking anyway?
Marcus, why are you ignoring me? I asked you if you want to have a voice debate. I asked you if you change your mind if I proved that what you are saying is incorrect, factually incorrect. Why are you ignoring my questions? All right, let's go. So I'm just gonna provide you with a link that you can... Are you on Discord by any chance, Marcus? Are you on Discord? That would be the easiest, but I can do other stuff as well. Beep, 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 beep. Let you check it. Okay. I can send you a Google Meet if that's what you prefer. Google Meets, you just click the link and then you join. Let me just prepare that anyways, just in case. All right, I guess we are... Google Meet is good. Okay, that's awesome. Just let me... where is the... That's so hard to find. Jesus. Let me just create a new meeting. There you go. So Marcus, this is for you. Join. Let's have a conversation. I think this is going to be good. And yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I need to reposition a bunch of stuff right there. I will need this. Definitely will need this. And maybe I can just... Alright. Just one person for now. There you go. Hello, Marcus. How you doing? Okay. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Marcus, you need to turn off the stream and listen to me through the link, through the Google Meets.
Can you hear?
Yeah, you have to mute the stream though.
Okay, I've closed the stream.
Oh, that's awesome. That happens to everybody, so don't worry about it. Happens to me all the time.
Okay.
There's like a delay there. So where would you like to start? You started with the nutritional claims. Would you like to start there, or would you
Okay,
prefer
firstly,
to? Yeah, go on.
I just want to say I've kind of stumbled upon this stream and I just got curious. Just for some context, I'm 18. I'm in Australia, and I was just curious. I kind of wanted to hear your viewpoint, and I wanted to propose some of the things I've heard, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
So the first one, I said vitamin B12. I've heard is something that has to be derived from animal products.
No. So vitamin B12 is usually derived by bacteria. They feed bacteria some kind of a growth serum, usually like plant-based, of course. Not usually, it's just what happens. And then that bacteria secretes B12, and that B12 is then collected and packaged.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
As for the bioavailability component,
Yeah.
I've heard that like particularly if you look at animal products like eggs, meat, dairy, humans tend to absorb them better. I'm sure you're familiar with the term bioavailability.
Yeah, sure. I just think it's most of the time it's kind of irrelevant.
Okay.
Okay. I can go through it
kinda wanna
like
get-
really, really rigorously if you want.
Sorry?
I can go through it really rigorously, one nutrient at a time that bioavailability can interact with, but somehow doesn't.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of curious. I wanna hit it like the ethical perspective because, like, I find it hard to obviously, everyone wants minimal animal harm, but then it's also whether I guess the difference between veganism and the average omnivorous diet is whether you rate your own health. Well, I see it as this: whether you rank your own health above the welfare of animals. I guess. So,
No, so the health issue is not an issue, so we're not.
Okay, but I don't know. I haven't researched this enough to rebut against that. But why would you say that most Olympians are omnivorous? and
Just a matter of because that's most of the population is not vegan, but we do have Olympians that are vegan and they're incredibly successful.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm back.
No problem.
Yeah, so I mean,
let me just share
you can't
something
argue
with
that-
you. If you don't mind,
Yep.
let me just share a screen with you. Let me find it
Okay.
where it is. Oh, I can't do it from here. Give me a second. I have to open my
That's all right.
this thing. The problem with Google Meets is this exactly, but that's okay. So, can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is usually what we are presented with. Vegans can't be athletes, where it's absolutely like even sometimes the opposite, right? So this is Kendrick Ferris, Olympic weightlifter, and he also has like holds a record in lifting. Professional. This is professional lifting. Obviously, it's not just bodybuilding. This is Sophia Ellis. She also holds a European deadlift record, right? But bodybuilders can be as well. So this is a vegan Olympia bodybuilder winner, Mr. Olympia. If you know what that is, it's like.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, obviously he takes steroids. That's obvious, but he can take. Or everybody in Mr. Olympia takes steroids.
Where would the steroids be derived from? The testosterone?
Oh, soy.
It's from soy.
Yeah. All
Okay.
TRT is from soy. As far as I know, nobody derives it from animals because that would be really hard to do. So this is Diana Taurasi, Olympic gold medalist. I'm just going to go through them really fast. Olympic gold medalist, again, Olympic gold medalist. This person as well. This is just from 2024, the past 5 women who won. And these are bodybuilders, again, vegan bodybuilders, many years. Nimai Delgado never ate meat. He's an amazing bodybuilder, as you can see. And this is Tachib guy. He was talking on the stream with us. Very well built. He started only a few years ago, and already his build is really amazing, really good looking. This is Tori Washington, vegan bodybuilder. Incredibly shredded, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I obviously don't have many arguments against that. I was surprised there were that many Olympians that were vegan, but.
I didn't even add like a bunch of them. This is just like a very, very short list of all. I didn't add Nate Diaz is not on there. The huge amount of bodybuilders these days, the huge amount of marathon runners. Marathon running is something that is much easier, much better on a vegan diet, on a plant-based diet, because you just recover faster. Shit like that.
Okay, what about as for some other nutrients that are a bit harder in the vegan diet?
Like what?
I've just searched some of these up. Like iron, apparently non-heme iron is less bioavailable than heme iron from meat.
Yeah. So the thing is, right? So let's take it one at a time, and then you can add other nutrients as well if you want.
Yeah.
So there are macro and micronutrients, obviously, right? So in case of iron, what happens is that there is less heme iron in animal products. There is more iron actually in plants, but it's less bioavailable, as you are saying. What vegans usually do is just like prioritize beans and lentils, which they should do anyways. Tofu is amazing source of iron, and it has a lot of iron. And if you eat something that has vitamin C with it, then it's like not even an issue. It's absorbed to a much higher degree. The thing is, vegans don't have a problem with iron unless they had a problem with iron before, and then they just have to take a supplement. So I was anemic a lot of time of my life, and I actually became non-anemic when I went vegan. And now there is like a sleeping disorder that I have to have like more ferritin, which is like iron stores. So just like once in a month, I take a few tablets of.
Was that after going vegan?
No, I always had it from childhood. It's something I remember as early as 5. The sleeping disorder. So like just like I'm sorry for TMI. After I menstruate, I take a few tablets to refill the ferritin, and it's just iron, plant-based iron with vitamin C, and I'm doing great. There is no issue.
Okay.
Like a few years ago, nobody ever let me donate blood ever because my hemoglobin and my iron was really low usually. And a couple of years ago, I just started donating blood because I assumed this entire time that I still can't. And then I was like, oh, maybe I should try. And they let me. So my iron is good. My ferritin is the only thing that I should keep really, really high. And if I was eating meat, I would still have to take supplements.
Okay. Okay. I'll just shoot through a couple other micronutrients. Omega-3 fatty acids.
Yeah, omega-3 fatty acids. Let me just go to fats. Did I feel this? Oh, I didn't feel it yet. So omega-3 fatty acids are the ones that we actually need in our diet, the ones that are like compulsory to get from our diet, is called ALA, alpha-linoleic acid. And that comes, that is derived from plants exclusively.
What about EPA and DHA though?
Yeah. EPA and DHA are not unnecessary. They can be beneficial. And generally speaking, if you eat enough ALA, so we're talking about like around 3 or 4 grams a day, which is relatively easy if you just like grab like 1 tablespoon or 1.5 tablespoon of flaxseed every single day. Canola oil has a lot of it. You can like use flaxseed oil if you want. You should use it cold and not hot because then it loses kind of stuff. Or you can take like an algae supplement. So fish usually get the EPA and DHA in their body from like eating algae. So you just take that directly if you want.
Okay. All right. I'll leave some of the other micronutrients because I don't think that is important. Apart from like creatine, what's
Let's go one by one. Do you have like a list in front of you?
I just got a couple. That's like the last one I wanted to touch on, really.
Sure. So creatine is not an essential nutrient. Generally speaking, our liver, pancreas, kidneys, all of that stuff, they produce around 1 gram of creatine per day. Yes, you get more creatine when you eat animal products, but not nearly close to the demand of when you start getting benefits from it. But in any case, it's not essential. And if you want the benefits of creatine, you shouldn't be eating animal products for it. You should be taking a supplement the way I do. I take a creatine supplement specifically for my sleeping disorders, but it grew my strength and size of muscle as well. So that's cool.
Okay. And as for like more of an incomplete amino acid profile like lysine and methionine, how do you address that?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm sharing again my screen. Can you see my screen still?
Yeah.
Cool. So first of all, so this is lysine and leucine. Those are the essential amino acids here on top. Lysine and leucine exist in all plants, all of them. You can see lysine, leucine, they exist in all of them. It's a matter of how much, right? So generally speaking, if you eat like beans and lentils and tofu, stuff like that, you'll get enough. Like soy, generally speaking, has a huge amount of lysine, like really, really a lot. So you're not going to fall in trouble. But it's even more comprehensive than that, because when we try comparing actual diets in people who like build muscle or just like athletes or something like that, we find that like if you eat enough protein, there is literally no difference between animal protein and plant protein in the results.
But was that based on the assumption that you had to consume more plant protein because it was less bioavailable?
No, they consumed 1.6 grams per kilogram. And this is, I have like 4 more of this. I just don't want to waste your time. If you want, I can just drop the link to this and you can use that.
Oh, that's all right. That's cool though.
Yeah.
A couple other ones that were kind of more important, I think. The effect on like hormones, particularly.
Yeah.
Like
Are you talking about soy or?
Yeah, soy, canola, seed oils.
Yeah, seed oils and canola oil, they don't interact with hormones at all. So there are like mechanisms that are proposed, but those mechanisms, I'm sorry to say, they probably shouldn't be taken seriously, because when you like look at the population of people, right, and you do like RCTs on people with seed oils and canola oils, those oils are incredibly beneficial, especially canola oil. Canola oil is as beneficial as olive oil, right? So when you replace fats from animal products with like oils, with canola oil specifically, your health outcomes are much better. And there is no interaction with hormones. It just happens to be that we're not mice, and all of those mechanisms are produced in doing science on mice, and those like translate to humans in about 5% of the time. And so when we have like actual experimentation in humans, we should prioritize that over the experimentation on mice, not just because it's incredibly cruel to experiment on mice, but also because it doesn't produce any actionable science. Soy, on the other hand, it depends kind of on how much of it you eat. So like if you eat a lot, it does have some interaction with hormones. You should just eat like a reasonable amount, and when you eat a reasonable amount, there is like a benefit to it, actually. So this says, for this reason, the clinical data were meta-analyzed to determine whether soy or isoflavone intake affect testosterone, free testosterone, and estradiol, and all of that stuff. And the conclusion was, give me a second, sub-analysis of the data according to isoflavone dose duration showed no effect, right? So soy has like phytoestrogen. It's not real estrogen.
Yeah. Well, there's the plant sterols.
I gotta say, I don't know anything about that. But again, when we like examine populations of people who consume soy, there's just benefits. There are no detriments, unless somebody is like going on a stupid diet, like a tofu carnivore kind of diet that they eat only tofu the entire day. There is really no just benefits, no problems at all.
Okay. And as for the higher concentration of like omega-6 in like specifically canola oil, and you know how there's like an ideal ratio between omega-3 and omega-6.
So
I've seen where it can kind of upset that optimal ratio.
Yeah, so the ratio seems kind of like bullshit. Omega-6 is an essential nutrient. You should eat it. You should just, like reduce the intake, I guess. But omega-6 is also an animal product, so it's kind of like whatever. If you generally speaking, here's the thing, right? With seed oils and canola oil specifically. First of all, canola oil is relatively low in omega-6. And you get all your nutrition from it, right? All the omega-6s that you need. But you don't get like too much of it. But also we don't have evidence in humans that like too much of omega-6 does anything. You should just be reasonable. Like don't drink canola oil, but like use it to like cook in relatively low temperatures, so under 200, something like that, right? And you're gonna be great. Actually, it's incredibly healthy, especially when you replace animal fats with it, because it's monounsaturated fats that are generally more helpful, or polyunsaturated fats as well. They're generally more helpful than saturated fats in humans.
Okay, and with the ratios, I just searched this up. It said from 1900 approximately, the ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 went from around 2:1 to 4:1. And as of around 2020, it's around 15:1 to 20:1.
Yeah,
So-
doesn't seem to matter though. It's not the thing that is like detriment. I'm pretty sure that statistic comes from Ufi Ravenkov, who's like an idiot. He has PhD, but that's about it. So Ufi Ravenskov, he's like a meat shield, basically. He's being paid by the meat industry. But I don't want to go into that. I'm just saying he's like pointing at a mechanism when you like actually look at populations of people, those mechanisms don't seem to matter. Canola oil is healthy. That's it. Especially when you replace animal fats with it.
What about the argument that I don't know where I saw this, but I heard with the chemicals, what do you call them? Like pesticides and stuff with seed oils. Apparently it kills a massive amount of like pollinators like bees every year. Like it was a crazy statistic, like populations of bees are I think it was specifically in the US crashing, and that was largely because of the seed oil industry.
I don't know about that. Haven't checked it out. All I know is that like the bee populations, like pollinator populations, are more killed by the honey industry. But I have to look into it a little more. I've never looked into it. So the honey industry kind of drives populations of other pollinators to kind of die because they're just like reproduced artificially. To a point where there are like huge amount of them or they're used for commercial honey. But I don't know enough about this to have a conversation, like an intelligible conversation about it.
Okay. And I'm not entirely knowledgeable about this, but omega-6, is that, or the main fatty acid in canola oil, is that linoleic acid?
Linolenic, I think it's called. Alpha linoleic acid is the omega-3 and linolenic acid is omega-6. As far as I know, is it the main component of canola oil? I'm not sure that's true.
Let me search it up.
Yeah, go search it up. Meanwhile, I'll check in Chronometer 1 sec. Let me just, I agree. Terms of service have changed. Shit, I just agreed to my mortgage being taken by...
oh, no.
No, it's fine. No worries. I'm sure
It says the linoleic acid thing in different it's giving me different seed oils. Canola is about 15 to 25%.
Yeah. Yeah,
and then
so
like
that's
some
not that
others
high.
like safflower is like 75 to 80. But what it does suggest about higher linoleic acid diets have been associated with tumor growth in rodents and also
in
increased
rodents.
sensitivity to UV radiation and the development of skin cancer.
Yeah, in rodents, man. We're not rodents.
But
Seriously,
that's
I'm not just saying that
before,
because...
sorry, wait.
Yeah, go on.
Before you were extrapolating that studies in rodents can be extrapolated to humans. So now...
Not really,
how
no.
can
I
you
said
not
only in the case
understand?
of 5% or something like that. It's not extrapolated, it's translated.
Okay.
Here's the thing, the rodent studies, especially in nutrition, they're just kind of like almost all the time are useless. Like all the bioavailability...
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I did a work experience at Peter MacCallum Cancer Center, and they have a massive rodent lab with rats, and that's how they test their different treatments on cancer tumors.
Yeah,
so why
in
would they
case
use
of
rodents?
because
rodents are very related, and they also obviously they have the least like ethical implications because they're not as intelligent and obviously like
fuck
have
me,
shorter
that's not
lifespans in the lab.
true. Rodents are so intelligent. They're one of the most intelligent animals on earth.
Really?
Yeah. Mice and rats are incredibly intelligent. They also have like a really high morality in compared to other animals. They're not as high as humans, obviously, but like but also like to your point, maybe in like chemotherapy it's like more useful when it comes to like treatments or something like, but not even that. They're then gonna take that treatment and test it in humans, and about 95% of those treatments are gonna fall off because they're gonna be detrimental to humans or not doing anything, right? So the translation still stands there. It's just like the researchers go, well, it's more than zero. and that's why. But in case of nutrition, it's really like just bullshit. So like it's how we got to thinking that proteins are like more bioavailable from animal sources, when it's like now we have like RCTs on like directly looking at a plant-based diet versus animal diet, and worse than that, they're looking at the like really junky plant-based diet as well, and they see no differences between the absorption of those plant like proteins. People build muscle just the same. People are healthy just the same on those diets. Well, maybe like a more junky diet, it would have like repercussions later in life. I'm just talking about protein right now, right? But then we are plagued with this research that is done in mice that doesn't seem to translate to humans at all. But even if it was, Marcus, even if the like bioavailability of proteins was translating to humans, soy products are high on that bioavailability thing level. So you can just like, you know, eat soy.
Okay. I've got a couple other points.
Sure.
With like obviously lots of plants have like their own defense chemicals like oxalates, phytates, and like lectins and stuff. And obviously they cause some inflammation, and they can also inhibit nutrient absorption as well.
Yeah, they don't
And
really.
when you consume a predominantly plant diet, obviously those effects can be larger. So
No, not really. Plant-based diets are generally healthier than omnivorous diets. Again, we just have RCTs on this now. We have like comparisons between populations. The more plants you eat, the healthier you're gonna be. So if those mechanisms of inflammation, whatever, if that's true, then we just don't see it in human population. The more plants you eat, the healthier you are. You have less
So are you
cardiovascular
saying-
disease, less diabetes, less cancers.
really, so
Yeah.
are you saying red meat? Do you think red meat contributes to cancer?
Well, contributes is a bit of a like misnomer, I think. It increases the risk of cancer, yeah, definitely.
Why would that be?
I'm not sure. Again, I haven't checked it out too deeply, but it does.
I did see some studies that kind of debunked it, basically saying they did attribute higher meat consumption to slightly higher rates of cancer, but they also realized that that was predominantly processed meat. So it was more so the actual preservatives in the processed meat
Yeah.
that increased the rate of cancer, not the meat itself.
Yeah, it's probably a little outdated, the study that you were reading, because now we have like a huge amount of studies on separating the two, right? So you are right though that the processed meats are more carcinogenic than the red meats. They are labeled by ADA. ADA is sorry, not ADA. Cancer IARC. So cancer research, they are labeled as group 1, which is definitely carcinogenic to humans, whereas red meat is probably carcinogenic to humans. And they have like this book that I haven't read yet, so I apologize, where they justify it through just like science that red meat as well is probably carcinogenic. I'm telling you, it's a matter of couple of years until they put it in group 1, probably. It increases the risk. It's just like undeniable. They just feel like they need a little more evidence to add it to the list, frankly.
Okay. As for back to the point of like kind of plant sterols and phytoestrogen leading to the esterification of testosterone, particularly into estrogen.
Sorry.
That's all right. How severe do you think those effects are? Like, do you have any statistics on how much phytoestrogens decrease testosterone?
0.
Is that particularly for soy or also for like like plant sterols in like margarine and stuff?
It's again one of those mechanisms. Plant sterols are not bad for you. They don't decrease
Okay.
testosterone. Vegan men have higher testosterone than omnivorous men.
Really?
Yeah, they're leaner. I think it's because they're
Where's that
leaner.
from?
It doesn't have
I find
anything.
that
Sorry, go on. Marcus.
impossible. Where did you find that?
I didn't add this, but I actually read the study. So if you want, I can search for it and send it to you later, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I
You
just
can
don't
do
want
it.
to like
I just-
gibberish
I
about
find
something that I
really
had.
interesting.
Sorry?
I find it really interesting.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think I can't prove it just yet. I'm gonna have to send it to you. You're gonna have to give me an email, and I'm gonna send you the resources on this. I don't have it tagged here yet. I should one day. I think, generally speaking, like vegan men are leaner, and when you go leaner, your testosterone goes higher. I think that's it. The thing. It could be another mechanism, but generally speaking, this was tested. And vegan men have higher testosterone, or the same, you know.
What about cholesterol? Is cholesterol only found in what's cholesterol mostly in apart from like eggs and meat?
And dairy and all animal products. There
Is
is
cholesterol in any plant products?
so kind of, but not really. In coconut oil, there is a lot of saturated fat, so that kind of increases your cholesterol. To a degree that is comparable to non-plant diets, so omnivorous diets. But generally speaking, yeah, vegans who don't eat too much coconut oil, they will see a reduction in cholesterol when going on a plant-based diet.
Okay, so obviously you're aware that cholesterol plays a big role in kind of differentiating into like producing testosterone itself and other key hormones. So if you have less cholesterol, do you think that would have an effect on your hormonal balance?
Doesn't seem to be, because vegan men have higher cholesterol, higher testosterone while eating zero cholesterol.
You have to send me that study.
I
You
will.
have to send me that.
I will.
Okay.
Can you put like in the chat here? Can you put your email? I
Yeah.
will send it to you.
Okay.
I need to crop it
Where
anyways.
Are you from?
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Where are you from?
Oh, I don't disclose that online. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just don't do that.
Sorry, that's all right. I was just curious.
Yeah, no worries. I know I have a funky accent.
Yeah, can I guess? You don't have to say.
Sure.
Like the Netherlands or Belgium?
Well, you guessed. And you told me that I don't have to answer. So there you go.
Okay. All right, no worries. Also, with your other argument that some things are non-essential, like creatine and I don't know what the other ones you said were, like I think B12.
No, B12 is definitely essential, and vegans should either eat fortified foods or take a supplement. Creatine is not essential, but it's incredibly beneficial. But you can't get enough creatine to the beneficial level if you don't take a supplement. So.
Okay. Wait, and where did you say the creatine was? Where did you say the creatine was derived from as a supplement?
It's just like amino acids created in the lab. It's not animal protein. It's not from animal
Is
protein.
creatine? Oh, I didn't know that. Is creatine a protein?
It's like 3 amino acids, so technically it's like very incomplete protein.
It says it's. I'm just searching it up. Yeah, it says it's arginine, glycine, and methionine.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I apologize if you heard that. Phew.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says it's 3 amino acids.
Yeah. Would you like
Okay,
me to
so
check?
yeah.
I can bring my creatine box and I can check where it's derived from. I don't remember. I remember it's vegan, but would you
You
like
can
me
if
to
you want.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
1 sec. Yeah, so this is the creatine. I take creatine monohydrate. That's the only one you should be taking. Monohydrate works the best. It's the one that we have all the scientific evidence on. let's see. Let me see what they're deriving it from. Great. Suggested use. Oh, god damn it. It's never easy to find it on one of those things.
Yeah.
Come on. So it says not manufactured with milk, eggs, fish, crustacean, shellfish. So it says what it's not manufactured with. What is it manufactured with though? Produced in an
I'll search
FDA
up the most
registered
common.
third-party. Sorry?
I'll search up what the most common production method is.
Yeah. So it's without soy, without GMOs, without gluten. I think it's just like just fucking created in a lab and that's it.
It says hold on. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It just says it's most commonly chemically synthesized with
Jesus fucking Christ.
sarcosine and cyanamide.
Yeah, there you go. It's just like just like made in a lab. 100% lab grown, fantastic product.
Yeah. Okay. What other? I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's lots of evidence that I haven't brought up on the other side. Because I mean, what's your kind of like I don't know what the word is, but like kind of evolutionary argument? Why would humans not consume animal products when it used to make up around 70% of our diet as cavemen?
Yeah, sure. So my evolutionary argument would be that we are omnivorous. We are capable of living on a plant-based diet. Our evolutionary diets don't tell us what is healthy. It tells us what made us survive enough to procreate. That in evolution, people used to die at like 30 or something like that, or 40. And our goals have changed. We don't want to die early and just like manage to procreate. We want to live longer. And therefore our diet should be the one that allows us to live longer. And a plant-based diet facilitates that. I would also say that it's like, even if animal products were like the most helpful, like in comparison to plant-based diet, I would say in the 21st century, that just doesn't matter, because as you can see, we're eating stuff that we're taking into our body, stuff that we used to not get enough of in any kind of way, because we want to increase our longevity and our ability to be functional and healthful. And so even if animal products were the healthiest, we could find solutions in a lab to exchange them. Therefore, all of this stuff, killing animals, exploiting animals for food, is unnecessary, and therefore it becomes incredibly immoral, incredibly cruel. I would also make the claim that us being humans means that we have the highest sense of morality and sense of justice than any other animal, and therefore we should hold ourselves to a higher standard and become actually moral when we find out that something is immoral.
Okay. And what's your argument that animals have some sort of moral superiority over plants?
I wouldn't call it superiority. I would call it just a matter of biology. So animals have the biological ability to be conscious. And most animals that we produce, that's the word that usually is used, most animals that we raise for food are conscious. And plants are not. They are incapable of it, frankly, on the cellular level. And therefore, I think something that isn't conscious shouldn't have like the same consideration as conscious beings, because there is nobody in there. There is no individual inside that being There's no individuals in plants. There are in animals. This is the trait that we share with animals, actually, individuality. Not with all animals. Some animals are not sentient, but the ones that are sentient, definitely.
Wait, so sorry, is sentience? That's not self-awareness, is it?
No, sentience is self-awareness. It depends on how you define that. Actually, sometimes.
Well, like humans.
Yeah.
Humans, I can't remember. If we're sentient, what I mean is, we're aware of our existence.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, for example, like we can think about things like birth and death. Most, as far as we know, no animals can do that.
Yeah, they can. Like, if you put an animal in a slaughterhouse and they can smell the blood of the animal that was before them, they generally try to run away. So they have a sense of life and death. They also live in nature, right? So a lot of life and death happens in nature. They are aware of it. They just can't think about it on a higher level that we do. Sorry, go on.
That's not what I mean. I mean, like, we can think about like moral concepts like we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
No other animal can do that.
Some can. I think rats do have that, and I think I mentioned it. We do have evidence that rats and some birds, like for instance crows, do have. I saw a cat making a moral.
I actually did see. Now that you said that, I did see one study where they had two like different animals. I can't remember what they were, next to each other, and they gave one like it was like a better food.
Yeah.
And then the other one saw that as unfair, and they started like getting angry. So
yeah, that was in monkeys.
They do see fairness as like an innate moral.
Yeah. We have a bunch of studies on that. So we have studies with rats, incredibly unfortunate study, incredibly immoral, where they were drowning one rat in front of the other, and they provided a rat either with the ability to save the drowning rat or get a snack, and the rat chose to like save the animal, save the other rat. We have evidence just like simply looking at them, like where crows feed other animals just so they don't starve, shit like that. I saw a cat make a moral decision where he backed away from food, very highly available food that we put out for them, because a cat mother was asking them not to take that food and spare her children. So animals are capable of morality. We just we have a higher sense of morality because we have the ability to exchange ideas. But that's not what I meant by sentient. So sentience is the ability to have consciousness. And consciousness is what individuality arises from. An individual doesn't have to be the smartest, the most moral. They just have to be like having like a subjective experience, and animals definitely have that, right? Like if you like pet a dog, they have a preference of whether they want to be petted or not, right? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
So
got a dog, yeah.
yeah, cows have that, chickens have that. Ooh, birds are definitely gonna let you know when they don't want you to pet them. They're gonna attack you, right? But when they do, it's like this joyous thing. You can pet a bird and they're gonna like really enjoy it.
Okay. And are you aware of the guy called I think his name's Brian Johnson, the guy that's trying to live forever?
Yeah.
I was curious, do you know if he's on a vegan diet or not?
Yeah, he's on a plant-based diet. I don't know if he ever talks about like ethics or whatever. He's just trying to live the longest, so he's on a plant-based diet.
Okay. And also just again with most plant nutrients being less bioavailable.
That's just not
obviously
true.
that would
bro.
mean
That's just not
that's
true.
not true.
No. Some are, so like iron, but then there is twice as much of it.
Okay. But what about like protein sources like
Bro.
like even protein powders like pea protein powder, or I guess you could say like tofu or whatever. What would you say is the best vegan protein source?
Yeah,
Per
so
100
I would say whichever you can eat of. I would say the more isolated proteins are better, so tofu and seitan, and textured vegetable proteins, just because they don't contain as many calories. If you like beans and chickpeas and lentils, you can totally go on that shit. For me, I just like, I don't know, I prefer the more isolated ones just for the macro to micro nutrition, and just because it removes calories in the process. I would say go for tofu, TVP, and seitan if you want to get the most. Like, for instance, TVP has more protein per calorie than chicken, so it's like a no-brainer for real.
Okay.
But just to make it really, really clear, the bioavailability thing, you keep coming to that. We just don't have evidence of that in human beings. When you put two human beings, or like two groups of human beings, so one on an omnivorous diet and one on a like a plant-based diet, there's just no difference in them. They're just like reaching the
it's
same
kind of
goals.
odd.
Sorry?
How would you kind of design a study based on that? I guess you could have two groups like eating
Mhm.
one different vegan sources, different plant-based, animal sources, and then maybe put them through like a weight training thing, and then
Well, let's go through them.
seeing
We
the-
don't have to guess. We have the studies in front of us, right? This is just an abstract, and I can give you the link to it, and you can watch it more closely. So this one, it just doesn't say results. So let me just do this instead. Okay. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yeah.
So methods are 19 young men who were habitual vegans, right? So, and 19 young men who were omnivores, undertook a 12-week, twice-weekly supervised resistance training program. Habitual protein intake was assessed at baseline and adjusted to one. So, like, if they were eating less than 1.6 grams per kilogram per day, they would just like increase their protein intake through supplementation. So, in case of vegans, it was soy. In case of omnivores, it was whey, right? So dietary intake was monitored
Wait.
every 4 weeks during the intervention.
Wait, so what did they?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did they mean by their intake was assessed at baseline and then adjusted to 1.6 grams per kilogram per
Yeah,
day?
they asked them what they eat, and they checked what's
Yeah.
the protein profile there. And they just
Yeah.
said, yeah, just eat that. Like, on top of what you already eat, just take a soy protein or take a whey protein as well, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then they checked leg lean mass, whole muscle, and muscle fiber cross-sectional area. So they measured
Wait,
their
so-
muscles.
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt again. So they got their baseline, what they were already eating, and then they said, okay, right, you're both having 40 and 50 grams currently of protein.
Mhm.
We're gonna top that up to be 100 each, right?
Well, not 100 each. It's per
Oh.
day body weight. So
Okay. So to whatever their body weight would be.
as long as they're
assuming-
getting 1.6 gram per kilogram per day, which is what usually is proposed that is the best for like muscle
Okay.
building.
Okay.
Okay. And then the results are both groups showed significant pre to post increase in leg mass, rectus femoris, I don't know, and all of these muscles, right? So I'm not gonna try reading them. I'm so sorry. So the conclusion was, though, that if they're getting around 1.6 grams per kilogram per day, exclusively plant-based diet is no different than a protein-matched mixed diet. So they had the same amount of protein, and there was no difference in supporting muscle strength and mass accrual. I think that means that they acquired, suggesting that protein source does not affect resistance training, induce adaptations, or untrained young men. Now I have research here also in older people. As you might know, older people should prioritize protein and eat more protein because they don't want to lose muscle mass. Once they lose muscle mass, they start falling and getting injured and all that shit. That's why I started resistance training. Frankly, I have already horrific genetics for shit like that. So I decided I have to build muscle now and not when I'm really, really old. This is the one that was paid by the meat industry, I think, Let me just grab it 1 second to show it to you. Pretty sure. They compared equivalent total protein from foods providing complete, complementary, or incomplete essential amino acids, right? So you said leucine and lysine might be missing or whatever. So there you go. They compared the incomplete essential amino acid profile, and there is no difference. There is again no fucking difference. Let's go through it a little bit through the method. So this quasi-experimental study included a randomized crossover design to assess protein quality of non-randomized low-protein control. It's just a bunch of jargon of how they built a study. We measured postprandial responses. What is MPS? 1 sec, I forgot. Muscle protein synthesis. Yeah. In middle-aged women, this. So to 3 complete proteins, so that's lean beef. To 3 dietary conditions. One is this complete protein with lean beef, whatever they call complete protein. The second one is incomplete but complementary protein sources, and the third one is single incomplete protein source, but providing complete amino acid, they say, for over 24 hours. And what are the results? Meals containing complete, complementary, or incomplete protein did not differentially influences the responses after breakfast. So there's just like in humans, there just seems to not be a fucking difference. Like the bodybuilders, right? Cheap. He doesn't eat more protein than like another bodybuilder. They just don't. They eat the same shit.
Okay.
But vegan.
Okay. With another like kind of ethical argument. So you say it's kind of our moral obligation as like high morality beings to do our best and reduce like suffering, like non-maleficence.
Well, it kind of depends, if I can. It kind of depends on like your preferences. If your preference is throughout your lifetime to kill the most animals, to harm the most animals, then it wouldn't be your preference to reduce the amount of animals the number of animals that you exploit and kill, right? You would want to increase it if that was your like goal for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know, because like I kind of see your arguments, but I'm also still like leaning on my side of eating animal, like omnivorous.
Why?
Because I still have some hesitancy because I've seen other people basically arguing the opposite. And it's lots of these things we're still kind of interpreting the evidence like with some of the ones earlier, like sea oils and stuff. We still don't have enough evidence whether like mice trials can be like extrapolated into humans or not, or
well, that's just sorry to tell you, right? Sorry to stop you. So that's just like a matter of hierarchy of evidence, right? That's just like a priori. Once you have the higher, like randomized control trials, whatever happened here lower, right? Like it just doesn't matter. Whatever happens in preclinical trials, once you have the clinical trials, and especially once you have like the systematic reviews and shit like that, that just trumps whatever happens in mice trials, in the preclinical trials.
Okay. All right. I'll look into some of those systematic reviews as well. What else?
Well, the systematic review can be of just preclinical trials as well, right? So what we're talking about, right? So when you're talking about human health, human nutrition, obviously when you have evidence in humans, that would be like of a much higher import and reliability than the evidence in mice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
So let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question. So
Yeah.
if I solved all of your issues with practicality of it and with health outcomes and all of that stuff, if I actually like present to you the evidence that would convince you that I am correct in my assertions, would you then change your mind and go on a plant-based diet or become like fully vegan?
I mean, if you fully convince me, as of yet I'm not, but if I was fully convinced, then if I was convinced that it was better, currently there's not really any
Well,
evidence
what
to
if I
suggest that
what
it's
if I
better.
convinced you that it's the same and not
Well,
better?
if it's the same, why? If it was the same,
Mhm.
then I guess you're saying the reason you may as well switch is because it's more moral and you're getting the same nutrients anyway.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to ask you, what about like taste?
Yeah. So first of
What
all,
about
yeah,
cuisine?
yeah, I wouldn't say like. Well, let me ask you a question to answer your question, because I can answer like through my lens, but I would prefer that like also to know what your position is on the thing, right? So let's say in case of humans, and I'm not like comparing humans to animals here specifically. I'm comparing like the situation, the context.
Yeah.
So let's say I have like the ability to exploit and kill humans, or the ability to not exploit and kill humans. And when exploiting and killing humans, I just have like a bump of like, I just like find it more enjoyable. The end product, I mean, not the killing itself. Probably almost nobody enjoys the killing itself, right? Would you say it's justified to therefore kill the humans? Or would you say, oh, it's okay, I'll compromise and I'll eat still tasty food. It's just like not as tasty as I'm like as I could expect from exploiting and killing humans. Which one would you say?
I'm a bit confused. Did you say that like as a comparison, you were saying if you kill humans and that gives you what were you? Sorry, what's your argument?
Sorry, I will explain again. I know I just said it confusingly. So let's say you have two possibilities, two options, two food options, two plates in front of you. One of them, the plate is tastier, but humans were exploited and killed for it. The other plate is also tasty, but not as tasty as the first plate, and humans weren't exploited and killed for it. Which plate would you choose?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, like, vegan food is incredibly tasty. You just have to get used to it a little bit.
I don't know about that. I don't know if you can beat a nice steak, but okay. It's
Yeah, but answer my question first. Sorry, I was the one interrupted you. So answer my question. Which plate would you choose? The one that humans were exploited and killed for, but also like more tasty, or the one that they weren't exploited and killed for, but it is a little less tasty?
Yeah, I'll answer that. But I'd say that it depends on how severe the exploitation is, because
and how severe the killing is.
But what about the argument that like with like chickens, cows, sheep, like
What
the
about
most common livestock, most of those wouldn't have existed, and most of the killing.
Wait. That's a different claim. Can you please answer my question though? Because it sounded like you are kind of, yeah, I would eat humans if they're exploited to a certain degree. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, I'm saying the exploitation, like you're saying, one's tasty and exploited.
They exploited and killed. I specifically said because you're talking about steak as well, right? So the animals are killed for all animal products, but that's why I'm stipulating it. It's not just exploitation and slaughter, right?
Okay, but it depends. My decision depends on, like currently, I'd say the exploitation of animals is probably worth the benefits.
No. My plate analogy was with humans, right? So for one plate that is tastier, humans were exploited and killed for.
Are you talking about with human meat? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, human meat. Okay.
Dude, why are you thinking about this so long, Marcus? Is your taste pleasure actually more important than the human life?
No, of course not.
So why are you thinking about it so long? Why wouldn't you say immediately, no, I'll choose the less tasty option because like humans weren't exploited and killed for it?
Because I'd argue that can't be extrapolated into animals because I'd value humans more than another species.
Well, that's okay. Like you can value humans more than other species,
Okay.
but why does that
So I'm
mean that it's?
saying-
Hold on. Why does that mean that it's okay to exploit and slaughter the other species? Right? It sounds like, well, I value cats more than dogs. Then let's kill dogs. That's a bad argument, right, Marcus?
Yeah, well, that's not really what I'm arguing. I'm saying, I don't know. So I'm saying, if it was in the case of humans, I would not exploit humans, and I'd go for the like non-tasty option or whatever,
Okay.
right?
So what is the morally relevant difference between an animal and a human? Now I'm asking about morally relevant difference, not difference simpliciter, because we are very different animals, right? So I'm asking, what is the morally relevant difference between an animal and a human that you would take the reduction in taste in case of humans so that you don't exploit and slaughter humans, but you wouldn't take that reduction in taste in case of animals?
Because I can't justify why I value an animal less than a human. I mean,
that's not what I'm
yeah,
asking. Excuse me, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Okay, can I ask if this is what you're asking?
I'm
You're
asking.
saying,
Yeah, go on.
you go.
Okay. So I'm asking, what is the morally relevant difference? What is that trait difference that makes it totally okay to slaughter animals for a slight bump in taste or even a big bump in taste pleasure, but it doesn't exist in humans? If I gave that trait to a human that exists in an animal, you would then say, yeah, it's okay to kill humans for my taste pleasure bump. What is that difference? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, I don't know how I value. Like, I know what you're saying. You're saying why am I valuing a human more than an animal to where?
No. You're making a comparison between humans and animals in a way that is like disingenuous. I'm actually like in the second case, I'm comparing like on one plate you have either human meat or animal meat. On the other plate you have just plants. The human meat or animal meat are tastier than the plant version. What would make you say, I'll choose plants in case of human meat, but you wouldn't say that in case of animals? So I'm not asking you, well, whom do you value more, an animal or a human? That would be disingenuous. That would be as if I have two plates and one of them is human meat and the other one is animal meat. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, why wouldn't you choose the plant option in case of animals? What traits do they have that humans don't that make you say, fuck them? Which is what basically we're saying when we like exploit and slaughter animals for food. We're saying, fuck them, they have zero value, they have less value than my taste pleasure.
Okay, I think I know what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Kind of. So you're comparing animals to plants, and you're saying, what you keep on saying what value, what like
Trait.
characteristic, what trait do animals have that humans don't have? Is that what you're saying?
That makes it okay to exploit and slaughter animals, but not okay to exploit and slaughter humans.
I'd say the trait that animals don't have that humans do have is sentience.
Sorry? Sentience?
Sentience.
Yeah, animals have that. We talked about it just
Sentience.
like half an hour ago, so kind of weird that you're saying that. Most
Wait, but
animals do have
sentience is
sentience.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to find the other word.
By Googling? Okay, awesome. Sapiens, do you
Yes.
mean? Sapiens. So if we find a human that isn't sapient, would you then say it's okay to like exploit and slaughter them for food, for taste pleasure, basically?
Well, I wouldn't argue it's just for taste.
Well, it is. Like in this hypothetical, I've already, let's say, proven to you that you can be healthy on a plant-based diet, or healthier even, than on an omnivorous diet. So you now must assume that all of that stuff is settled, even if it isn't right now, right? Because we can have a second conversation where you come back with other nutrition questions, and I'm going to try answer them, and I can bring like a nutritionist or a dietitian, someone who understands in that stuff, who can have like a more rational conversation with you on it.
Okay, I'd actually say that in the case of taste specifically, I would be okay with like having plants over animals if it did mean that the animals would suffer. Like for example, if it came to like a dog, or I think it depends on what animal it is. Like if it's a dog or a horse or a cat, I'd say it's different to like being a sheep or a chicken or a cow.
What's that difference? What's that difference?
The difference?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd say the emotional attachment and intelligence of like dogs specifically are much stronger than that of like a fucking chicken.
So are you talking about the your emotional attachment to them?
No, not even if it's not my dog. I'd say it's
human
kind of,
emotional attachment to
similarity.
them.
Sorry?
So you're saying it's human emotional attachment to dogs over sheep, cat?
Yes.
Yeah, but you made a claim about the sheep and the cows. You didn't make a claim about your experience with them. So I wouldn't say that you are correct in claiming that like dogs, what did you say? They like feel less, cows and chickens and sheep, they feel less than dogs? How are you making that connection?
No, I'm not arguing that they feel less. I'm sure they feel pain when they get their leg chopped off.
So what was your argument? Sorry, I just kind of lost.
Well, my argument is that they're worth less. Even if they do feel more pain, they're worth less to us. So therefore, that's how we can justify their suffering.
Yeah, so if we can find humans that are worth less to us, and we wouldn't be hard pressed, right? So like mentally challenged people, highly autistic people, for instance, they're worth less to the society. Do you think it's okay then to farm them for food, for taste pleasure?
Yeah, but that's completely different. We're not cannibals.
Well, that doesn't matter. Let's say they are not like. That doesn't matter. You again, Marcus. Here's the thing: you're again thinking only of the utility and of your own preferences, and you're not thinking of the animals themselves. And this is what it requires. It requires a bit of logical empathy, not just like emotional empathy, but actual logical empathy. It requires of you to think of the victim of your actions, right? So Juicy Steak has a victim to it, right? And you should think of that victim rather than, well, I'm getting a juicy steak, right? So that's like, the logic is kind of wonky there if you only think of your preferences and not of the victim. And I can give you examples of that when it becomes incredibly ridiculous, if you want.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so in case of rape, if you only think of your preferences and you don't think of the victim of rape, that would justify rape.
Okay, that's a good example.
Mm-hmm.
Irrefutable.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
you're definitely arguing well. I would say, could you give me some other scenarios to kind of help me work out my morality behind this, and then you might actually convince me?
Other scenarios.
Because like currently still I'm still not fully convinced. Like I still see like us using like farming animals as justified for our consumption. I see it as like it's just part of our survival.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Survival? What the fuck? I've been vegan for 10 years. I'm surviving just fine. I'm actually thriving.
Okay.
So why would you even
Okay.
put that in? Do you think you need animal product to survive?
Yes, I do.
Oh shit!
I mean,
So what if I showed you that it's like
I know
actually?
we already argued.
Sorry, go
I
on.
know we already argued this point, but like for example, I know I keep on going back to the bioavailability thing. Can I just argue this point uninterrupted for a second? Even
Sorry, if I can pee first, I'm like actually holding it in. So give me like just 1 minute, all right? Okay?
Sorry.
Give me 1 minute. I really need to pee.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it on standby and then I'll come back in 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah. That's all right.
It in like really, really harshly. Okay,
That's
yeah,
all right.
uninterrupted bioavailability point. Go on.
Okay, I kind of realized that wasn't the best point, but I'll still go on. Pretty much what I was saying is, with the things that are irrefutably less bioavailable compared to their animal counterparts, like eggs and beef, particularly they're some of the most nutrient dense, nutrient rich, bioavailable sources of food in the world. So if something is less bioavailable, to get the same macro, or micronutrient, you have to consume more of that product to get the same effective amount in your body. So let's say you got eggs. Let's say this is obviously not true, but let's say eggs have 60 grams of protein per 100, and then you got like we'll say soy protein powder 60 grams per 100. But we'll
Per
say
100
only
what? Sorry, per 100 what? I'm sorry. Grams?
60 grams. We'll say 60 grams per 100.
Grams or calories? Because that's important.
Grams.
Yeah, that's
So
the
we'll say
wrong.
they're both 60 grams per 100, right? We'll just say that.
Mhm.
Theoretically, eggs versus soy protein powder.
Mhm.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, that the eggs are 100% bioavailable. A factor of 1. I don't know what the unit is, but they are out there. Eggs are like 1, and then let's say it's 50% in the soy protein powder. That means you're absorbing 30 grams of that protein. So you'd actually have to consume double. You have to consume 200 grams of the soy protein powder to get the same amount of protein.
Mhm.
So therefore, something that's less bioavailable is also less nutrient dense because you have to consume more of it to get the same effective absorption of that, which would mean that you actually have to consume more food and probably or likely more calories as well to get the same nutrients if something is less bioavailable. So I'd argue that certain animal products like eggs specifically and like meat and also dairy, since they're so nutrient both in micro and macronutrient density, since they're so dense, I'd say that you can actually eat less of it and it's more nutrient dense. It requires less resources because it's so nutrient dense. Yeah, so I'd say you actually have to consume more food for an equivalent vegan diet for most things that are less bioavailable.
Yeah. And how confident are you in this claim?
I'm almost certain that at least in the case of eggs, that it has more micro and macronutrients per 100.
No. How confident are you in the claim that vegans should eat more food to get both macro and micronutrients that they could do on an omnivorous diet?
More food in terms of mass.
Calories,
yes.
calories. Who gives a shit about mass? Calories is all we care about. That's why I stopped you about the gram thing. It's just like the wrong way to count macros
No, because it's
per
in
gram.
proteins per gram, so.
No,
the
that's
equivalent amount
just
you
the wrong
consume
way
more
to
per gram.
count. That's just the wrong way to count macro and micronutrients. You should count them per calories.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
but then that doesn't take into account, like, for example, if I'm trying to bulk, I go to the gym.
Yep.
If I'm trying to bulk and I'm on a vegan diet that's less bioavailable, I have to consume more. Like, it might not be more calories if it's less bioavailable, but it's definitely more in volume, in more in weight, right?
And why is
So
that a
means-
problem?
Because I've got sorry, my appetite is a fixed. It's not unlimited, right? So if you're trying to bulk, right,
hmm
there's only a certain amount that you can consume.
Why wouldn't
Right.
you just eat like the more calorie dense foods? That's what you're gonna
Because-
do anyways, right?
Because they don't exist.
What
Not-
the
not to
fuck
the
do
same
you mean
level.
by that? Of course there are calorie dense vegan foods. What the fuck?
Not as sorry. Show me one food that's as calorie dense as a steak or an egg in micro and macronutrients.
Sure. As a steak, you say. Give me a second. No, I
Or-
can't
or an
open
egg.
that. Let
I'm
me.
pretty sure that eggs have every single micronutrient that's vitamin, mineral, except for vitamin C.
Oh,
Or every
I'm gonna have
kilo.
to sign in, aren't I? Shit. I can't show you here. So yeah, tofu
I can search
is
it up if you want.
tofu is comparable to beef and is higher in protein and all macronutrients than eggs, and it doesn't have all the nasty stuff that is that like saturated fat, cholesterol, and that shit. When you compare in per calorie, because that's how you should compare shit. That is food. When you compare per calorie, tofu is the same as beef, basically, and is higher than eggs. In protein, for sure.
Okay, hold on. I'm just pulling up a comparison of micro and macro between tofu and beef.
Go on. I would show it to you, but I'm gonna have to sign in, and then I'm gonna have to show my name and shit like that. So I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, I'll tell you. This is just ChatGPT, by the way, so it might not be 100% accurate.
Yeah.
But like iron, heme.
Yeah,
sorry,
iron
what's
is
the
more in
difference
tofu
between
than there is in beef, right?
What's the difference in heme and non-heme?
So
iron.
as I explained for the third time, I'll explain it again. No problem, Marcus. So heme iron is more. People say it's bioavailable, but that's not what's happening. It's actually not bioavailability in case of heme iron. It's just the capacity to bypass our mechanisms that stop from iron from like exceeding what we need, right? So in case of heme iron, it's about, but let's call it bioavailability. It's about twice as bioavailable as non-heme iron, but non-heme iron, there is more of it. It's more prevalent in plant foods. About twice
Okay,
as
so-
much. And you can increase your absorbability just by eating something like vitamin C with it. So like a red bell pepper next to your tofu would be fantastic.
So you're saying heme is just more bioavailable, like it's easier consumed into the body.
I wouldn't say easier to consume unless you were saying, well, it bypasses your capacity to stop it from absorbing. That's not a good thing. Bioavailability is supposed to be a good thing. This is not a good thing. It's just like mistakenly is called bioavailable. That's not what's happening. It's like your body is like, oh, fuck, heme iron, I can't do anything to stop this shit. It is gonna absorb like either to a greater degree, right? That's a
Okay.
bad thing. You can actually like overconsume iron to a greater degree on an omnivorous diet. But
Is
plant
that true?
protein, non-heme iron, a body just has like a mechanism to stop it once you had enough.
Okay. Is there actually a ceiling of heme iron? Sorry.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. I got my blood work done, so I'm gonna have a look.
Yeah, go on.
I think I have my iron there actually.
But listen, Marcus, I can solve all of these issues like immediately, really,
Okay.
really, really easily, right? By promoting a multi-supplement. Just like a multivitamin and mineral, you take a multivitamin and it's
Yeah, but-
like 10,000 times more bioavailable. It's gonna get you there.
That's not true. I'm sorry because I've searched it up. Supplements, almost all of them are very low bioavailability.
Yeah,
compared to
but you
any
know what else
actual
happens?
food.
Marcus, you know what
Yeah.
else happens? You can just
Yeah.
add more of it into a multi-supplement and it has
Yeah,
no
but I don't think
detriment.
I don't think that's optimal though.
It is. It's the best.
optimal
It's
just to
the
just
best.
load the shit out of every single supplement.
Yeah.
You don't think there'll be any side effect of that?
No, because we
What about your
know.
gut
Hold on,
microbiome?
hold on.
It might
Marcus, hold on. Just let me explain for 1 second. I'm making a huge claim here, right? So
Good.
we know how much of the vitamins, the synthetic vitamins, is absorbed into our body. We know how much RDA we should get as a people, right? And we can just adjust that with zero consequences. Like, I'm not saying you should take 20,000 RDA of vitamin A, for instance. No, a good multivitamin is going to have exactly the amount that you need. And then you don't have to like formulate your fucking diet in a way that is like crazy, right? But also, you made the claim that beef is like the most bioavailable and all that shit. That's incorrect. That's not true. So I'm having.
Okay, we're going through that now. So I've got the stats here. So protein per 100. We got 26 in
100
beef and
what?
Sorry?
100 what? Grams or calories?
This is 100 grams.
No, that's incorrect way to look at it.
Wh-
If I give you
I'm sorry,
100
I'm sorry.
grams of lentils,
do
are you
you
going to
go to the
interact
gym?
with it?
Do you go to
way,
the gym?
the way we count food and the micro and macronutrients in them is by equating them per calorie.
Okay, but okay. I don't know where you're from, but in Australia, every nutrient, macro or micro, is counted per 100 grams.
And then it says how many calories in there, because that's the important part.
I don't think it is though.
It is. Because
Okay, so are
do
you
you
saying-
eat, hold on, Marcus, I have a question. Do you eat 500 grams of food per day, or do you eat a certain amount of calories per day as a
Yeah,
bodybuilder?
obviously calories.
There you go. So you should compare
No,
calories.
That's not equivalent. Do you eat 500 calories of protein? Like what?
No, what I'm saying is that you need to look at how much protein there is in 100 calories of beef as opposed to 100 calories of tofu and not 100 grams and 100 grams, because that information doesn't give you everything that you need. Whereas when you're comparing per calorie, you get all the information you need because you have a budget of calories per day, right? Especially somebody who lifts. I also
Okay,
lift.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying, like,
You
saying
should
beef
put
could
in
be much higher
100
because
calories of tofu compared to 100 calories of beef. Because
Okay,
beef is
I'll do
going to
that-
have
I'll do that
more
now.
calories per gram than tofu. Substantially more.
Yes, you're right because it's denser.
Yeah. So you
But
just
that
compare
also
per
goes back to
calorie.
my other argument that goes back to my other argument that if something's more dense, that's better because that
No,
means you don't
why?
have to eat as much of it.
No, why? You're just gonna get like the same amount of calories and the same
If I'm
amount of
trying to bulk,
nutrition.
right? If I'm trying to bulk, I don't want to eat something that's half as dense for the same amount of macro and micronutrients.
Why?
would
It's
I wanna do
incredibly
that?
healthy for you.
To eat more volume.
Yeah.
Why would you want to eat more volume for the same amount of macro and micronutrients?
Yeah, it's good for your
What's
gut
one
health.
benefit of that?
Yeah, it's good. It's good for your gut health. Generally speaking, fiber and just bulk, just the amount of bulk, it just pushes all the food out of you. Like all the process.
Anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying I'm eating nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's
But
better to eat.
Why
more
would
dense meals.
why would less food be better than more food? It's just going to be more satiating to eat more food and has zero like detriment to it. But also,
Well, I'd say that
Marcus,
it's more efficient.
Marcus,
'cause
but
isn't
also,
one of the ethical. One
Jesus
of the
Christ,
ethical tenets of
Marcus,
gaming-
but also you can choose like calorie dense foods on a plant-based diet. They exist. So when you compare like tofu, it's not harder to eat 200 grams of tofu than it is, if I remember correctly, it's around 86 grams of beef. It's not harder. It's satiating, it's good. But you can also choose something like textured vegetable protein that has 52 grams of protein per 100 calories, which is fantastic. And it's like, you can eat it like fucking popcorn, basically. And it's still very satiating. But also, to the point, you said that beef is incredibly nutrient dense. It's not. Give me a second, let me find where it is. It says bovine meat, there you go. It's in the middle of the road. It's like on the lesser part, because you see, there are all of these foods that are more nutritious than beef. Where is it again? I lost it again. It's so hard to see in this one. There you go. Bovine meat is right there. I should put a circle on this or something. So that's bovine meat, right? There's tomatoes. Tomatoes are more nutritious than beef by a lot.
That's just wrong.
Sorry, that's what?
That has to be wrong.
That is not wrong. You
What
can
do the
check
different
out.
colors represent?
Sorry?
What do the different colors represent?
There you go,
there we
vitamins
go.
and minerals.
Okay, but what's this? Normalized score for both mass and kilocalories per 100 grams.
Yeah. So this is per grams. If you put it for calories, beef is gonna be like 0, like at the bottom somewhere. I'm not saying it's not like nutritious. It is. I'm just saying that there are foods that are also nutritious that don't exploit and slaughter animals.
I mean, the other reason why vegan foods tend to also be more dense per calorie rather than per 100 grams is because
Whoa, sorry.
lots of
That's
them-
the opposite of your claim before. You said they're not more dense. Are you
No,
changing your
you're
mind?
actually right. You're right. They're more dense per calorie usually, but they're not more dense per 100 grams, right? So
Yeah, we don't measure food in grams. I don't know where this idea came from. You don't eat 500 grams of food per day. You eat calories. And that's how you count your food.
yeah, no, you talk about calories in terms of your whole diet, right?
Yeah.
When you're talking about protein, you're talking about how many grams of protein you're gonna eat, right?
Yeah, per calorie.
When I'm saying
you
I
still
wanna eat
have the
100
calorie count that you need to eat with that protein. So you should compare foods per calorie. That's just 100% true. That's how you interact with food. You don't use grams of food as your budget. You use calories, and therefore, within your budget of calories, you should compare foods that would give you more or the same amount of protein per calorie.
Oh no. I don't think it matters though, because think about it. If something's less dense per calorie, that doesn't really matter. It just means it's just got more calories as a food, but it's less dense in that nutrients.
Yeah, but the way you measure whether food is good for you or not, right? It's per calorie. You have to. Let's say I said chocolate is I don't know, better than eggs or whatever, right? I'm for some reason comparing those two foods. Well,
Okay.
you can't compare those foods, right? Because generally speaking, people eat around 150 grams of eggs per day, but like maybe only like maybe 50 grams of chocolate, and that's extreme, right? I eat about 10 grams of chocolate per day, something like that, right? This just tells us absolutely fucking nothing if you don't look at the calories of the food. Because you
I don't
can't
know.
compare two foods that way. You can't compare 100 grams of egg to 100 grams of chocolate because you don't eat 100 grams of chocolate and you eat more than 100 grams of eggs per day. So it must be per calorie. It's just
No,
a
but
matter
if you do it per calorie, right?
Yeah.
Like, for example, lots of vegan things tend to be more dense per calorie.
No, they're
Because-
not. Why would you even fucking say that? They are either the same or less, but there are dense foods per calorie. If you want them, you will find them. And I can give you a few examples. If you're like, well, I'm getting enough protein, I'm getting enough all the micro and macronutrients on a plant-based diet, now I'm bulking, so I need just like calories. Motherfucker, do you think it's hard to find calories in the 21st century? It's our issue. We get too many calories.
Well, all I'm saying is that, like, when you're bulking, something that's more dense in mass is better
Yeah.
than something
Then
that's less
eat.
dense in mass.
Yeah. Then eat the protein from tofu and eat the rest
Nah.
of your. Hold on. What do you mean now?
I'm gonna pass because I'm not convinced that tofu is on par with equivalents like eggs and beef. I'm not convinced.
What the fuck do you mean? If you compare
like-
them per calorie, the tofu is the
I
same
mean,
as
there's so
beef
many
and higher
reasons.
than eggs.
B12. Why would I take a supplement of B12 when I can get it bioavailable in beef?
Well, because
Like, for example,
yeah,
sorry,
go on,
you go.
go on.
My B12 in my
Mhm.
blood test, it's above the upper range, and I'm guessing that's because I eat meat.
That's not a good thing above the banana upper range. That means you're out
No.
of bounds. You're out of range.
No, because the upper range, it's a minimum domain. There's no upper.
So why did you say upper range? Upper range means that's the
Well,
high.
it's
That's
above.
higher than the highest. That's what upper range means.
Well, actually, no, I just lied. Sorry.
Oh, you just lied.
The
Okay,
range-
thank you.
The suggested range was 23 to 100. I think that's picomoles per liter.
So,
And
Ricky,
mine was-
would you like to compare B12 statuses? You post yours, I'll post mine.
Have you got blood tests?
Yeah, about a year ago, I test about every
Alright,
2
sure.
years or so.
No, I'm curious. Let's actually compare this. I'm very curious.
I'm gonna have to find it. Shit. Why do I do this and I don't have it on hand? I think I
I'd
have
love
it
to
on
compare. That'd be very persuasive
Yeah.
if yours were higher than mine.
Well, it's gonna be within a normal range.
Well, I did search it up. It said, well, mine's like 128. The upper range is 100, but I searched it up and it says there's not really any range that's dangerous, really. So
Yeah, no, it's. I didn't mean it's not dangerous, but there's no benefit of it either. And also,
there
by
might-
the way,
there
it's
might
not
just-
because
might
you
just
eat
be
meat.
like-
Because I also
it could
had
just be
like a.
diminishing utility.
Go on.
It could just be like diminishing utility. Like it's probably not harmful to have more. It's probably just each additional, whatever picomole per liter is just less beneficial than the other. So it's probably still better to have more,
No.
but just by less.
What do you mean? It's better to have it within a range. Just because an upper range is like doesn't have like a detriment, probably doesn't mean it's better
Okay,
to have
well-
like higher than an upper range.
Okay, I just searched it up. This is according to Yale Medicine from the
Mhm.
University of Yale.
Mm-hmm.
It says the normal range should be 38 to 188 picomoles per liter,
Mm-hmm.
and mine's 128, so it's basically smack bang in the middle, according to that stat.
Okay. Let me just find mine, and I'm gonna show it to the camera. So I hope you have the stream still open, because
Do I need to open it?
yeah, I think so. You just have to mute it. Because I can't
How do
open
I-
both the camera here and on my like channel.
Wait, so do I just share it to screen?
Sorry?
Do I just share it like the screen?
No, you don't have to share the screen. I'll trust you. Yours in the middle range. That's fine. I'll trust you.
Okay.
So if mine is also in the middle range, then our diets are equal, comparable when it comes to B12 status,
I
which
guess,
would
you could say that. Fair enough.
which would make it immoral
But then
for you to get your B12 from beef.
no, but it's not just blood. That's the other thing. It's not just blood. Blood's not everything.
What do you mean blood is not everything?
Well, blood work doesn't dictate someone's whole health.
Well, we're
Like, you
talking
could have
specifically about
immaculate
B12
blood work
status,
and
right?
Weigh 300 pounds.
Yeah, but we're talking specifically about B12 status, right?
Yeah, no, well, I wanted to look at other things as well, like vitamin D and like other micronutrients and stuff, and like cholesterol as well.
Yeah, my cholesterol is 69. Do you know how much that is?
Is that mine's in micromoles per liter?
Mine is not in micromoles per liter. I think it's something else.
What's your most common measurement? I can convert mine if you want.
Give me a second. I'll check it out. Fuck. So, if I remember correctly, my B12 status is 550, and the lower bar is 100, and the higher bar is 900, something like that. So mine is in the middle of the range as well. Cholesterol.
500.
Yeah, cholesterol mine is 69. Once you hit 70, you basically
Hold
not
on,
gonna have.
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. These units my units aren't the same. What units are all of yours in? Or do they vary?
Let me check it out. I think it's not moles. Cholesterol units, blood work. I can tell you by the bounds because I remember the bounds.
I'll convert as we go. Let's go. B12. What was your B12?
It's around 560, something like that.
Is that picomoles per liter?
I don't remember, man, and I can't find it. Let me just let me enter my thing, my app,
Okay.
and then I can tell you immediately.
Okay.
Once I sign in, god damn it. Yeah, give me a sec. Yeah, there you go. I'm signed in. So, let me find the one that was actually. That's not it. That's not it either. Oh, there you go. So my B12 is it's picograms per milliliter. And
same.
Sorry?
Same.
Yeah, so mine in 2022 apparently.
Sorry?
Sorry?
You said picograms?
Yeah, picograms per milliliter. So PG per milliliter. So
okay, hold on. Let me convert that.
Yeah. So my actual in 2022, I'm looking at it now. My actual B12 status was 946 when the upper bounds are 911. So my status was better than yours apparently. But the last check, the last one is 561. That was in 2024. And that's between 211 and 911. So right in the middle, like there is like a little scale.
It says that mine would be 443 picograms per liter.
There you go. So mine is higher than yours. That means plant-based dieting and supplementation is just like actually better for your B12 status.
Not necessarily though, because
yeah, it doesn't matter. I would say they're the same.
We'll go
both
through
are in
some
the
others.
range. Both are in the range.
Do you have zinc?
Sorry?
Do you have zinc?
I don't think I've tested zinc, but I don't have any evidence that I'm not getting zinc because I'm taking a multivitamin.
cholesterol?
So, sorry?
Do you have LDL cholesterol?
Yep. Let me just get.
What was it? What was the units?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to find it.
Okay.
Fuck. It's not incredibly comfortable app, but I'm trying here. Did this measure my cholesterol? Give me a sec. No, fuck. It's really hard to find. 2023, no. 2024. Yeah, cholesterol. There you go. So it's measured in milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, mine were millimoles per liter. I'll convert mine.
Yeah.
4.9. Did you say milligrams per deciliter?
Yeah. So that's mg per dl.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay.
So how much is yours?
Okay, mine would be. Do you want to go first or mate?
Yeah, sure. Mine is 69.6. And I'm significantly older than you. I'm like almost twice, more than twice older than you.
You're gonna laugh at this.
Mm-hmm.
I did do some research that cholesterol level isn't just indicated by the net amount. It's more important the ratio between HDL and LDL.
No, that's incorrect.
Cholesterol?
That's just like what carnivore dieters say, but that's incorrect.
I've actually researched quite heavy on this, but like,
Yeah.
do you know what HDL is, for example?
Yeah, I know what HDL is, but the ratio between them doesn't really matter. Every cardiologist
that's
is
what-
going to say this too. It's the LDL cholesterol that matters.
Exactly, that's true.
Yeah, so
Wait,
it's
did
the
you say this
LDL
is your
cholesterol
LDL
that matters,
or-
not the fucking like ratio between them. So what's your LDL?
Oh, LDL. I thought you meant overall cholesterol. Sorry.
No, LDL, please.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be lower then. 3.3. Mine is 59.454.
There you go. Awesome. Both of us, but you are 18 and I'm 45.
Yeah.
People
But I'm
my
also a
age
dude,
usually
so
already
dudes-
take like medication for dyslipidemia.
I think dudes tend to have slightly higher cholesterol.
Sorry?
Do men tend to have higher cholesterol or not?
Maybe they have higher risk for cardiovascular disease, but it might be mitochondrial and not like cholesterol levels.
Okay.
I think I think it's like habitual that men have higher cholesterol because they eat more animal products, generally speaking.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so
you're
that
probably
would be
right.
the reason.
Do you have your HDL cholesterol as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. This
So-
one is meant to be the quote unquote good cholesterol.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. As long as it's in normal range, it doesn't matter. So mine is 49 milligrams
49.
per deciliter.
Okay, let me convert.
Yeah. And it says that it's a beneficial 40 milligrams per deciliter and higher. So mine is in the range, in the normal range.
Yeah, HDL. I'm pretty sure HDL you want it to be high.
Nah, not really. So like all of your lipids, right? The total cholesterol, when it goes up, HDL goes with it, LDL goes with it, right? When it goes down, then HDL becomes lower. As long as it's in the normal range, you don't want it higher because higher HDL would actually usually mean that you have like higher total cholesterol and you don't want that. So it's like really, really old information. It's like hypotheses that died already. This is like a 1960s type information. If you ask a cardiologist today, they will tell you that as long as HDL is in normal range, you don't need it to be higher. You just need to keep your LDL and total cholesterol lower because that's the thing that will prevent the risk of cardiovascular disease.
Okay, well, you said yours was 49, did you say?
49, yes.
Mine was 23.24.
Well, you're under the range.
Well, my one says something different. I don't know if it was the conversion.
Yeah, maybe.
The suggested range he said was, because mine was millimoles per liter, he said greater than 1. Mine was 1.29.
Yeah. Then
And
you're fine.
The other one for LDL was less than 3.5 and mine was 3.3.
So it's not just a matter of they're putting a range on every like test for a reason because like each laboratory is gonna have like a different kit. So it could be that
true.
the way translations aren't always like reliable. So it sounds that we have like similar HDL. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Who cares? As long as
Do you
it's
have
in the range.
what's some other ones you want to look at? Do you have cholesterol overall?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Mine is 131 though. You can test if you want.
131, you said?
Yeah, yeah. Under 140 is considered to be like immune to cardiovascular disease.
Under 140, you said?
Yeah,
Is good.
yeah. Well, this says under 200. That's like but like mine is 131. As far as I know, like under 140 is really good. And mine is 131.
Yeah, well, mine's 88.282.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like your ADL and HDL, like HDL, but sounds like we can't trust this translation thing.
Yeah, I think the guidelines must be different.
Yeah, probably. Like I
It's
think
for
the
example,
kids,
my
the kids are
government
different.
says that my government says I'm slightly over what's optimal.
Oh shit. And you're
So-
18, motherfucker.
And I'm 18. You're right.
Dude, you should reduce that.
Sorry.
You should reduce that. Either take a statin or stop eating so many animal products.
Well, I don't know.
Probably
because,
both.
Like, I don't know. I do have I think I found out from this blood test I've got a disease called Hashimoto's disease.
Hashimoto's.
I think Hashimoto's. which
Yeah,
is
that's a
got
thyroid, parathyroid, like thyroid disease,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and I think that's also been linked with like higher cholesterol as well.
Yeah, hypothyroidism is shit.
Yeah, hypothyroidism. I don't know how to stop it or what causes it. I
Well,
think it's
first of
partially
all-
genetic because my mom has it.
You take medication. There is no other way. I don't know if
What
the
actually-
food like interacts
Does
with
hyper mean lower activity?
it. No, hyper means high activity. Hypo means low activity. You have hypo. Hashimoto's is hypo.
Okay, so I've got less. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's okay. So
The
that's a
only
bad thing.
way that I know that you can like treat it with food, but I don't know why you would. Like medicine is better in every kind of way. Is like eat, I think, algae once in a while, and then you can like
said
something
algae?
like increased iodine consumption, basically. So like
Oh,
buy
yeah, I did
salt
hear
with
about-
iodine.
I did hear about the iodine. I might have to try that.
Yeah, but like
Um,
you should like follow what your doctor says. Like if they say that
Yeah.
you should take medicine, you probably should take medicine.
Okay. What else? Do you want to look at triglycerides?
Sure. I really appreciate you trusting me with this as well. I promise I'm not lying. So mine is 62. This is again milligrams per deciliter.
Okay. 62.
My triglycerides are really good. It's
Let me see what mine is. Mine is. Hold on. That better not be right. Uh-oh. Mine says, I don't know if this is a unit thing, but it says mine is 12.61.
that's in milligrams per deciliter.
Milligrams per Yes, it is.
Whoa. Okay, that's.
Is that bad?
I don't know. Like, what's the
'Cause
bounds that it says?
My doctor says less than 1.7 millimoles per liter,
Uh-huh.
and mine's 0.7 millimoles per liter, which is probably still a bit
Yeah.
low.
So that sounds good. If you should have less than 1 millimole per liter, and you have less than that, that's good.
Okay. What's one that I would think would be affected by a vegan diet or animal diet? I think. Does yours have total protein per liter?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Creatinine.
Yes, I think I have creatinine. Let me find it. Yep, creatinine. I have it.
Yep.
So it's a middle range. I can give you them. It's 0.77 milligrams per deciliter. It's here on. It says it's middle range, in the middle.
Okay. And do you know what's like that weird like U symbol with like the?
Oh, it's
Does that mean-
micrograms. Micrograms.
Does that mean micro?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me convert. This is. Surely that's not right. Mine says 1.7 thousand.
1.7.
just-
So all the zeros after the point, they're null and void. That would be actually
mean-
like too high on my thing, but I don't think.
It says it's one micromole per liter is like 0.01 blah 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 milligrams per
Your
liter.
your test results should have the bounds on them. What's the lower dose? What's the lower range? What's the
Yeah,
high
so
range? Right?
mine equates to about 1.06. But yeah, my bounds on my test say creatinine 50 to 100 micromoles per liter,
Mm-hmm.
and mine's 94.
Yeah, there you go. So we're in the
Okay.
same boat basically. It
Okay,
is.
do you have they wouldn't have testosterone, would they?
I would not have testosterone. I'm so sorry. Nobody's gonna check that shit for me.
Fair enough. Do you
Would
have
be
vitamin
funny
D?
though. If I had like bigger testosterone than you, that would be funny.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah. But I
But
can get
that
you
wouldn't
like a man in here that they can
Well,
actually
I
have their
mean,
tests.
Mine was on the upper end, so I'm chilling.
Yeah, probably the same for
what
vegans.
about vitamin? What about vitamin D?
Sorry, D.
Yeah.
I should. I test it once in a while. I don't think it's in this test though. Also folic acid. Mine had 0 reds, so everything is good. That's my
Well, I
last
hope it
test
wouldn't
from
have any reds.
2024. My TSH is fantastic. No, I can't find vitamin D on this test. I can try and look for the earlier tests. This one might have. Yeah. So vitamin D, that's from 2022. Mine is 67 nanograms per milliliter. And it should be like deficiency would be 10 nanograms. Hypovitaminosis would be 10 to 32. And sufficiency is between 32 and 100. And mine is 67, so mid-range for sufficiency.
Did you say yours was nanograms per milliliter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just go, let's not translate because translation sounds weird. Just tell me where you are in the range.
Okay. I'm just doing this last translation.
No problem.
Mine translates to 52.8.
There you go. Mine is better than yours. Joking. I'm kidding. So mine is just in the middle range of sufficiency because I take a vitamin D
mine
vitamin.
says- my doctor says greater than 50 nanomoles per liter, and mine's 132 nanomoles per liter.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay. What other things would be interesting?
I don't know. TSH, do you have TSH? That's always interesting
Yeah,
to
I
me.
got TSH. Yeah.
That's kidney disease.
Is that thyroid something?
That's TSH is thyroid, right? Oh shit, yours is hypo. So yours are gonna
think
be
so.
bad.
Well, actually, it's not. It's still in the normal range, but it's very low.
Mine is in the middle range. Let's see what else
Yeah.
is interesting here.
Do you have like
Oh.
sodium, potassium, chloride, all that stuff?
Sodium. Nobody's gonna measure sodium for me. I don't have the high blood pressure, so nobody's gonna measure sodium for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what else would be interesting. Folic acid. Vegans are often being gaslit that folic acid is a problem.
I'm not even. Wait, folic acid. What even is that? I've heard of it, but.
Oh, it's it's one of the vitamins.
Isn't that like
Folic
vitamin
acid.
C or something?
No, it's not vitamin C. Folic acid is.
Folic acid B9. It says.
Sorry, let me see what.
No, I don't have it. Sorry.
That's fine. So, anyways, I think I've sufficiently proved that I have blood work comparable to yours while being 2.5 times older than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I don't have, Hashimoto's. It's somewhat hereditary, I think, at least. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, the main concern for me, blood work wise, I'd say is obviously you can get like supplements for like creatinine and like vitamin B12 specifically and stuff like that. But I think testosterone specifically would take the biggest hit if I was vegan.
It didn't. It doesn't though. And I'm gonna send you the evidence. I don't want to look for it now, but I will send you the evidence.
Yeah, but I still, even if you do send me data, I feel like this isn't a hit at you, but any
Hello.
vegan I've met really.
Marcus,
their
are you gonna
voice-
go by your feelings and not like logic and evidence?
Okay, yes, I understand there's a scientific process, but I've never met a vegan that doesn't sound like they got low tests. I'm sorry.
How do you? Sorry, how do you recognize low testosterone by the way the person sounds? What the fuck do you mean by that? And by the way, it could be like just like reverse causality. It could be that men who are not toxic are more likely to go vegan.
Not toxic.
Even
what
if
do you mean by
it's true,
toxic?
even if it's true, right? But it's not fucking true. You can't see somebody's testosterone levels by the way they sound.
That's not true. They did a study. You know how there's the myth. Well, it's actually not a myth. They did correlate it. The quote unquote gay voice.
Sorry?
They did a study between. Do you know the term gay voice?
Men who are gay,
did a
is that what
study-
you're trying to say?
What?
Are you trying to say men who are gay?
Yes. Yeah, they said.
What
they did
would
a
be the
study to
problem with
see-
men who are gay? Hold on.
I'm not saying there's a problem. They did a study
Uh-huh.
to see if there's a correlation between men who are gay and their voice being higher pitched, and then they did correlate it to a lower testosterone.
Yeah, that's social. Also, like, that doesn't say anything about vegans, right? So I
No,
know.
not
So
necessarily,
I'm
but
part
no,
of the.
but what
Hold
it
on,
does say is
Marcus.
that people that had it. What it does say is people that had higher voices
Mhm.
tended to have lower testosterone, and from my own experience,
Yeah, no,
everyone that I've
it's
met
one of
that is
those.
vegan has a higher voice.
Sorry, that's one of
It's
those
weird.
correlations that are like people don't understand the significance behind it. I'm part of the LGBT community. I know that some homosexual men will hire their voices on purpose because that's just like
Okay.
socially how they want to sound. Has nothing to do, and then they talk normally. Like not normally, but the way like it was intended, and their voices are like really low.
Yeah.
So people who made this research, by the way, send me please that research. I would appreciate reading that. People who made that don't understand. It's one of those correlation doesn't equal causation because homosexual men don't necessarily have lower test, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they have like higher voices because homosexual men tend to create higher voices for themselves. But that has nothing to do with veganism or your perception of vegan men. As I said, it could be reverse causality. It could be that men are like, who are generally speaking not as masculine, just like more likely to go vegan. That wouldn't mean that vegan men who go vegan lower their testosterone. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying correlation doesn't equal causation, right?
When there is no association, and that might be just like reverse causation.
Okay, fair enough. I'd be happy to see if there was research around that because
There is.
based on like my personal experience,
Well, that
that's
means
what I would think
dick
the outcome would be.
shit. That doesn't mean anything because your personal experience also could be incredibly biased.
Yes, it could. It
Yeah.
could. That's why I want research to come out.
There is.
But I'll show you. Like there have been studies that lower testosterone means higher voice.
Well, that could be, but that wouldn't mean that vegan men became lower T because they went vegan.
Okay, I'll see if there's a study between testosterone between vegans and
Yeah, I'm just asking Chip to join for you to listen to his voice, and maybe he can share like his testosterone scores with you.
Is this a vegan guy?
Oh yeah, he's a activist and he's a bodybuilder. And
Okay.
yeah. Let's see if he's not in the VC anymore. he's not in VC anymore. Who else? Well, Tone has an incredible voice as well. Axel has an incredibly deep voice. You were listening to English Hub. Like half the men that are vegan, and their voices are incredibly deep. So what the fuck would you even say that?
What do you
personal, you wanted me to rejoin the VC for you to hear
what?
vegan men how they sound.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how vegan men sound in our VC, in our activism VC. They have low voices. All of them. Incredibly low voices. Except
VC,
for Val, maybe.
like
and-
voice chat?
Sorry?
Do you mean VC voice chat?
Well, where I was doing activism until you came into my...
No, I'm not. Whatever. Okay, you might be right. I'd just be curious to see testosterone levels.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Like-
send it to you. Yeah, I think
What-
this is a good place to stop. But the question is, if I send you those, that study, will you change your mind?
Well, I think I know which one you're referring to, but I'm still not convinced. Like,
What would
I can give
convince
you my
you?
own analogy.
What would convince you?
I wasn't. Sorry.
What would convince you if it's not empiric evidence? What would convince you?
I don't think I'll ever be convinced. I think
Jesus
a better
Christ.
solution than veganism is just to reduce humanity's population.
What the fuck did you just say?
I think a small human population would be better than being vegan and living an unhealthy life.
Are you kidding me?
No. Do you not think the world's overpopulated?
You want to decrease human population?
Yeah, that doesn't. Are you saying that implies killing people?
No. I understand what you're saying. You're saying just like reduce birthing so
Yeah.
that you can continue to eat meat.
No, not directly. So everyone can continue to eat meat sustainably.
Yeah.
And
So
eat
you
healthy
want to
as
reduce. Hold on. You want to reduce the population of humans so that the humans that but first of all, that's not gonna happen for you, right? Because you're gonna be long dead. Even if the reduction of population is implemented right now, you're still gonna have to deal with the almost 9 billion people until you die. Yeah. So,
I'm not arguing it's for my own. I'm not arguing it's for my benefit. I'm just saying humanity as a whole. Let's say our population was 10 times smaller. Let's say it was 800 million.
Mhm.
Our standard of living would be able to be the same as it is, or there'd be barely anyone in poverty, comparatively. People could
Wait.
eat whatever they wanted, and we probably wouldn't have climate change.
Why
Or
would
it'd
you
be-
choose though the reduction of population rather than choosing having the same amount of people and just like everybody to go vegan, which would reduce the environmental impact by a significant
Because do you
amount?
think everyone's gonna go vegan?
They should. I'm not saying they will.
Well,
I'm
they're
saying they
not.
should.
They're not.
Well,
It's just not gonna happen.
excuse me, sir. Your scenario is even less likely that we're going to
I don't think
reduce
it
our
is.
population by like 10%. What is it like? Tenfold, basically.
Yeah, that will probably happen if we have World War III, and then we'll actually learn that maybe not having a massive population is more
Dude, you
beneficial.
you think that it's more likely that the governments and the people entirely would agree to stop breeding than that they or stop mandated stopping the breeding to create
no.
10% of the population than they would to go vegan?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it in relation to births. I'm saying it's more likely that we have a population crash related to either climate change, nuclear war, World War III, or like AI or some shit like that. It's probably more likely that that happens and we have a massive population crash than everyone becoming vegan.
Oh, I agree to disagree, but since we don't have actual empirical evidence for it, and you're starting to sound like A, conspiratorial, and B, maybe, but possibly, potentially, not believing in human rights, I think this is a good place to stop, especially since you like said that nothing would convince you, I'm not even gonna bother you sending the T study, because nothing would convince
Okay.
you. So you're basically like a meat zealot, right?
A meat zealot?
Yeah.
No.
No empirical data. Hold on.
plants every
No.
day.
Hold on. No empirical data would convince you that you are wrong. That's zealotry. Definitionally.
No, because I don't trust the data.
That's even worse. That's science denialism.
Because if you actually look at lots of these studies, lots of them are funded by,
Yeah.
for example, like seed oil companies.
That's not true, and like the studies that show health outcomes, they are not funded by seed oils. And B, I actually showed you a study that is funded by the meat industry that shows that vegan proteins are comparable or the same as animal proteins. Funding in itself doesn't mean that the study is bad. You have to look at the methodology. But now you're going into science denial. So you are either a zealot or a science denialist. So this conversation, you totally wasted like 2 hours of my life.
No, I'm not a science denier.
No, because
I'm
you're
fully in
saying that
science.
empirical evidence is not going to convince you to change your
because-
mind.
No, because you don't know how.
I
you
do.
Know, you know how.
I
not
do know.
Every study, when a study has results, right? It's not fundamentally correct. It's not. That is true. That is factual. It's. You never say something is definitively correct or wrong in science, right? You say
That's
this
true about
supports this.
everything in life. But when you have like
Exactly.
hold on, Marcus, when you have like an amalgamation of studies, right?
But you
When
don't.
evidence stacks up and the methodology is
you don't.
good, that's as close to true as
There's no one-sided study on any debate between any source of food on for vegans compared to the animal diet. Or,
Sorry, what do you
omnivore
mean by
diet.
that? You kind of fumbled through this. What do you mean by that? There is no one-sided study?
There's no study to suggest that any part of the vegan diet is superior to any part of the omnivorous diet.
No, they look at populations. That's how they do it. And the vegan diet is decreases your risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and colorectal cancer specifically, and other cancers as well. And it promotes longevity.
Okay, but what about in people like in the blue zones?
Yeah, generally were plant-based.
That's not true.
That's true, 100%.
That's not true.
Tell me a blue zone
like
that
it's-
weren't mostly plant-based. They weren't 100% plant-based. I'll grant you
almost
that.
all of them. That's not true. Most of them have moved away from their traditional diets.
Yeah, and
if you look
when you
If
hold
you
on,
look in,
and
what was it? Was it Hiroshima or one of the?
yeah. So
might
when
have been
you
Hiroshima.
so hold on.
They have
So
a very
Marcus,
their seafood diet was a massive percentage.
Marcus, I beg you. This is like science denialism one-on-one. Are you a carnivore dieter?
No,
Okay,
I'm
you
omnivore.
talk like them.
I'm a normal human.
Okay, so Hiroshima, for instance, right? Japan. There used to be a blue zone. Their increase in animal products is of late, and diets just happen to be something that it takes decades to give you like population results. So in about 2 decades, Japan is gonna lose its blue zone status, but the blue zone status was made on the populations that had a predominantly plant-based diet. The increase is only in the later years. So the next few generations are going to suffer greatly, and they're going to reduce the longevity of that population. But listen, we've been going on for long enough. Again, I'll reiterate, you said you're not going to change your mind. At this point, this is an incredible waste of my time. An incredible waste of my time. So I'm just going to say
Did
goodbye.
you expect to change my diet?
No,
Is that what
I
you expected?
expect you. I'm
I
asking
came here to-
about your mind. If
Yeah,
your
I've
beliefs.
definitely
Hold on.
opened. Don't get confused. You've definitely broadened my perspective. I'd be definitely more.
I
likely to
debunked you
turn
on
vegan.
every fucking point you brought up. If that brought into
Sorry?
your horizons, I gift you those 2.5 hours, but I'm not gonna spend more on you, since you said you're not gonna change your mind in the end of it. So, yeah.
I'm not just gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna be a vegan now, 100%.
No,
Like,
what I asked you, would you change your mind on your claims? And you said
Yes.
no.
Which claim? Could you give me one example?
All of them.
Like what claim?
A bioavailability of protein, for instance.
That's not a claim. That's well supported.
That's not well supported, as I literally, this is a waste
Okay.
of my time. I explained this
It's
like
just-
3 times at this point.
Yeah, okay, you don't have to go through it again. It's just what's gonna be the truth is that we're both just gonna clash and we're both just gonna interpret it differently.
Yeah, but my interpretation is on the
yeah,
highest
is right,
available
it's true.
evidence, and your interpretation is on the
Yes.
lowest available evidence. So you should
Yes, definitely.
potentially, if you care, have more credence in my evidence and not in yours, because it's higher on the hierarchy of evidence. It's actual
Can I-
clinical studies.
Can I finish off with one question?
Sure.
If humans have evolved for the past several 100,000 years to rely on a predominantly 70%-ish, give or take, animal-based diet,
Mm-hmm.
why wouldn't we have evolved to be a different subspecies that's potentially superior that consumes vegan alternatives if it is true that vegan alternatives are better?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't available, and we are doing that.
It wasn't available to.
Yeah,
So you're saying
it
wouldn't
wasn't
be
available
possible
to be
rely-
mostly plant-based. People weren't thinking about it because our ancestors weren't as morally sophisticated as we are. They was just trying to fucking survive. They was just trying to live another day and fuck and reproduce. That's all they cared about. We don't care about that anymore. We care
Wouldn't-
about longevity.
Are there any studies on how much area it would take up to
Yep.
farm
Yes.
vegan things? What would it be?
Yeah. I'm still sharing my screen. You're still looking at it, right?
Yeah.
And this is, I promise, this is the last thing because I think you're wasting my time, frankly. So this is Diets Compared, and it's from Our World in Data, and it's incredibly well cited. The citations are like a bunch, like I think 15 or so. Hold on, there you go. This is the best one. So global land use for agriculture across different diets. So this assumes, this is now the top one. This is our current global diet. So this is how much we grow plant food. This is how much we grow plant food for animal feed. And this is pasture land, right? If we went vegan, this is the arrow all the way down, we would reduce our agricultural land by 75% and even the cropland by about 200 million hectares. We would reduce this from 1.2 billion hectares to 1 billion hectares. So it would actually be so fucking beneficial for humankind to stop prioritizing that taste pleasure and get rid of animal products. Stop breeding animals and humanity will thrive.
That's very opening. So do you think for the 2.9 that we currently use for pasture, 2.89, do you think we could reforest that into natural habitat?
That's usually the plan, yes. I think that's a misguided plan. We should do something else, but that's gonna open and it fucking.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
we should reforest. Let's just keep it at that.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for this. I've definitely learnt a lot, and I've definitely had lots of my claims about the vegan diet being shut down. And I will do some more research, and I may potentially consider going vegan, or maybe at least trialing it. We'll see. I'm sorry if you think I've wasted your time.
Well, just because you said that you're not going to change your mind.
No, well,
You were
as of
bullshitting,
current,
though.
I probably wouldn't, but I need to do more research, and then I
All right.
might. I'm definitely closer.
Okay. Well, then
Okay.
you remotivized me to send you that tea study. Testosterone.
Okay.
40. Sorry.
Did
Yeah.
I send you my email?
Yes, you did, and I already opened the tab in my Gmail, so I'm gonna send it to you later. Today.
Okay, cool. And are you with a particular like organization?
No, I'm self-sufficient, and nobody pays me for this.
Okay, cool. All right. I
Alright.
appreciate it. Thank you.
See you later.
See ya.
Right. Oh, I shouldn't have closed that. Let me just reopen it really quick. Restore window. I should keep it open for myself. Right. So that was wow indeed. I'm sorry I saw you like pinging me. Brent was in here, was pinging me. I just couldn't do anything. I don't have a ability to split my attention. I'm so sorry, guys. So I hope you had fun in the chat. Let's just say it like that. But whenever you pinged me, I couldn't. If you want to ask me the stuff now, go on. If the stuff that you asked or told me were important, then you should do it now. Otherwise, I'm gonna go finally get some food because all I did is drink 100 calories of protein and ate a nectarine. And that's all I did today. So I probably should fucking eat at some point, at this point, frankly. I'm stabbing poor ducky. It had a hole in it already. I am stabbing that poor ducky though. Right. So, should I wait for a little longer for you to make your claims and ask your questions? Or can I go? Put 1 in the chat if I can go. Put 2 in the chat if you have something to say. And want me to stick around for some reason. Let me just put the harness back on the ducky. You recently saw my Cogtis video. It is an excellent work and it got 0 almost recognition. That's my fault though. That's not the fault of the audience. I did stupid shit with it. 1, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Tones. So appreciate you. People are still fighting Arian. What's up, Pia? What's up, Dave? What's up, Axton? If somebody's saying homophobic shit, Tone, you can kick them. Give them a warning first. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I hope this was somewhat entertaining. And I'll see you next